Hi, everybody. It's Denise with Divine Soul Astrology. Today I'm here to discuss the horoscopes for the month of September, which is, kind of creeping in here, right? So when we move into September, we are still within the eclipse, the Pisces full moon eclipse that happens at the end of the month. I have a separate video on that if you'd like to see that. But the sun will be in Virgo, so we're very much in Virgo season, and even the eclipse has much to do with Virgo because the sun is opposing the full moon in Pisces, right? So, yeah, and when we get into September, we already have these retrogrades. We sure do, right? We have Saturn, Neptune, and then Uranus goes retrograde on the 10th, and Chiron goes retrograde on the 17th. 17th. Uranus is in Gemini, but those other three planets are in Aries. So Aries is kind of being, Aries is kind of slowing down a little bit, even though, it's the planet of action. It is in Cancer right now. And if you'd like to see the wheel, right, it's here, right? And Cancer is kind of a slow sign, right? Because it's related to your intuition and your family and your personal, your emotional needs and things like that. So it's not about speed at all. No, it's not. And then so these planets, so for Aries too, it's going to be a little bit of a slower month. Um, and then in the month of September, we have the new moon um, in Virgo, and then we have the full moon in Aries. So the new moon in Virgo will be on the 10th, I believe. Yes, yes, yes. A lot of things happening on the 10th, and then the full moon in Aries is on the 26th of the month, right? So yeah, so let's get into this. I have all the timestamps below. I surely do. And so yeah, right uh below the video itself, you can just click on that. It will bring you right to your sign, right? So these are going to be for sun, moon, and rising for, everybody basically. And so, this season that we're coming into, the Virgo season, Virgo wants refinement and improvement, right? Virgo is the systems, the methods, the processes, the details. And Virgo does rule work, health and wellness. It does, the health of anything, um, right? And so, but September can wake us up, as we kind of come out of the eclipse, right? Eclipses can last for up to 2 years. This is what some astrologers will say, but they do last for a while because we're always in this, or they can, because right now we're in the Pisces Virgo eclipse cycle. So this is why, right? And so why they can kind of, keep lingering, or you can still feel it, or endings and new beginnings and all kinds of, just changes with these eclipses. And the last eclipse for the Pisces Virgo will be cycle will be in February of next year, right? All right. So yeah, and so the first 3 weeks of the month are going to ask us if we are living with discernment, and basically if our daily habits are supporting a healthy lifestyle, and also if the physical or if the work we do supports that as well, right? We could be very, focused on health during Virgo season. Definitely a possibility. Mercury is the planet of curiosity and intelligence. Mercury is the ruler of Virgo and Gemini, uh, and has been conjunct off and on with the sun for since, like, the last week of August. So here is Mercury, if you're able to see the wheel, right? And this is a loose conjunction, but it is here. And yeah, and these are both kind of bringing emphasis to the sun, can talk about, what we want to emphasize. It can, or highlight, right? Because it can bring us clarity. It's here with Mercury, right? Mercury is always thinking. So there's definitely, it's a major Virgo season with its own planets in its sign, right? Yeah. So, yeah, and so now. And these retrogrades, as I said, are asking us to slow down for sure. And they could also be asking us to think about where we're going. If we believe in ourselves, that would be the Neptune retrograde. Sure. And if we are adaptable and willing to embrace change, that will be more like Uranus for sure. Not so much for the sake of change, but so we can innovate and make our lives better, right? And that's really what Virgo wants as well. Chiron is retrograde in Aries, right? It's in Taurus and it moves back. You can see it here on the wheel. It moves back into Aries. It's asking us to have courage and to go within, to deeply reflect all the possibilities that exist where so we're able to see what may be holding us back, especially as it moves back into the sign of the self, right? And this can be in any areas of our lives, right? And Mercury, the planet of thinking, will oppose Chiron on the 29th of the month, asking us to assert our wills and to overcome anything, to overcome something, more often psychologically. Yeah, to kind of let something go psychologically. It can be to overcome it, right? And Mercury will enter Libra on the 10th. A lot happening on the 10th because Venus enters Scorpio on the 10th. And also we have the new moon on the 10th, right? So Mercury will enter Libra on the 10th and aspecting several planets that are in Aries. Very interesting there because Libra is always, Mercury is our thinking. It can be ideas, of course, but when it's in Libra, you can like put the focus on thinking about relationships or how we can create harmony in our life and our lives, right? Especially with partners, with anybody really. And it will be aspecting, wow, several planets, Mercury, right? After it enters Libra on the 10th, several planets that are in Aries, right? Um, yeah, and also to the North Node, right? Yeah, the North Node um, in Aquarius, and right, and Aquarius is the future-oriented Aquarius, making two supportive trines. The first one will be to Pluto, and the planet of regeneration and transformation, power, intensity, intuition, and what is hidden, right? And to the North Node of destiny and higher potential, also in Aquarius, as I was saying. And on the first, we have Mercury making a, sextile to Mars. And we can see it right here because I have the chart up here. And here is Mercury, and it's making that sextile right here. So this can be about many things, but it can definitely be about attitudes to improve things, maybe relationships with family. That could be. This can be ideas for work, in health and wellness, and this can also be about with family possibly, but it can also be about just to for your own well-being, your emotional foundation. It can be ideas for family business, as I said. And it can be also, gee, I'm wondering about new skills of how to move forward and how to move forward Mars and then Cancer. It's in Cancer. But let me nurture myself on this journey. Cancer is making that suggestion right there. Nurture yourself, right? Be good to yourself. Ask for support if you need it. That is Cancer. Yeah, I know that to be true about Cancer too, and that's a good thing, right? To ask for support when you need it. Hmm. Yeah, and Venus entering that, entering Libra on the 10th, not Venus, but Mercury entering Libra on the 10th, it's going to ask us to think about our relationships and how we can improve them, how we can communicate better, right, with partners. And so when we're going to have Venus, it's going to move into Scorpio on the 10th. Here, let me move this forward. We can move this forward just a bit here. Why not? Can always move it back, right? Let's go to the 10th. And here it is. And here is Mercury. Venus is in Scorpio now. So when Venus enters Scorpio on the 10th, there can be some intense relationships going on. That's a hidden house. Scorpio is can be about private things or things that are hidden, secrets and lies even. There can be, and this can talk about when Venus enters Scorpio, this can talk about power couples, but it can also talk about intense relationships. Is maybe somebody returning to somebody from the past or somebody establishing a relationship with somebody who's hidden, like a secret, right? It could be secret relationships, secret affairs going on. Interesting when Mercury enters there. So not Mercury, but Venus. So Venus is a money sign. It's about money and love and well-being as well, and harmony and balance. But there's money in there for sure because as it relates to Taurus, it rules Taurus. So in the eighth house is where it will be when I have Aries here on that day. right? We can say it's right here for sure. This is showing up as, at 2:11 p.m. It's just kind of a random time, but we can see that, Venus has entered Scorpio here. Scorpio is about the eighth house is about the shared resources, we joint finances, but also shared wealth. So any type of money you have, connected to somebody else, as where a Taurus can rule, the work that you do for you and the money that you make for yourself. And this is gainful employment in Virgo. But over here in Scorpio in the eighth house, it's more about, my pension or 401k or inheritance, taxes even, right? This kind of shared wealth or joint finances. So things like that. But it is a money house. It can be, real estate as well, right? Because that's also other people's money. So a lot going on there when Venus enters Scorpio. It's going to be quite interesting. There may be relationships that people are trying to keep like on the hush hush. It definitely can be, right? On the down low, right? Yeah. And so, yeah, secrets can emerge and, there can be passionate encounters. And as I said, Scorpio can, lies can be, people can be kind of busted, but they can. Lies can come out or, they can be exposed rather. Scorpio is about the truth. Things can definitely be revealed there, right? Um, yeah. And so for Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising, let's talk about Aries now. Some of that was about you, Aries, because you're the only sign with the natural chart, right? What I mean by that is you start the ascendant, right? So you start the houses. Saturn is in your first house, right? It's retrograde. So I'm just, pointing this out for you, right? So we see the sixth house right here where Virgo is, where the sun is. So for you, when we have the sun in your sixth house there, and at the beginning of the month, Mercury is in its own sign. So let's move this back. Yeah, here it is. So, definitely with the sun here, you could really be reflecting a lot about your work, your health and wellness, uh, right? And how your life functions on a daily basis. Is it working or is it not, right? It's about habits and routines and responsibilities. Anything that is a practical affair that relates to your lifestyle. And so, the focus can be there for sure. And your natal Mars is in nurturing Cancer in your fourth house. I just talked about that in the intro, right? But excuse me, that is also your house of emotional needs, the past, and family lineage. It's receiving a sextile from Mercury, the planet of thinking, which is in Virgo, right? And so this can bring in ideas for you, opportunities for work, new skills, learning something new. Same thing, pretty much. Starting a home business, working with fitness, or working in something that supports your health. It's a possibility there. It can be about mind-body connection type, maybe yoga, but there can be opportunities to improve things with family members. And you may be thinking of moving for a new job. There could be an opportunity for you to do that there. That's what a sextile really is. And on the third, the sun and Mercury, both the planet of thinking, will be squaring Uranus, the planet of change. We can move it to the third, so we may be able to see that. Um, yeah, and so here's the sun, and it is making it's actually uh, the sun and Mercury here, both of them are squaring. Yeah, I did say that too. Yeah, squaring Uranus, the planet of change, independence, and innovation, and the moon. The moon's right there. They're both at 5 degrees on the third. I would say the third is going to be, the moon will be in Gemini and Uranus will be there. So there could be some light bulb moments for everybody. Uh, I would say especially for you, it's in your third house of thinking, Aries. But yeah, there could be some light bulb moments, like lightning awakenings or insights rather, that have to do with possibly your work, right? And really what the square is saying is that, yeah, it's kind of saying wake up and, do something here. It's encouraging new ideas or change or some type of innovation or even independence. Yeah, it's likely has to do with work and ideas surrounding that, or like skills, as I was saying earlier there. All right, it could be encouraging you to think about your life, yes, and how it's functioning, and how it can even function more efficiently, and how your habits and routines support that. Some of this is in the intro, yeah, but it's like, and so even perhaps the work you do, Aries, and what needs to change to make that happen, all right? And the sun on the third, the sun is, you see, here we are again, and the sun is, um, where is, where is that? It's in Capricorn. Actually, the sun is, let's see here. Here's Juno. Um, yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so that is not on the third, but we do have we were just talking about the third, though we were where the sun and the moon were squaring Uranus. That is happening on the third. We can see it right here. But Juno is going to be the sun will trine Juno from discerning Virgo. I didn't put the date here, but it's happening there. And here's the sun. The sun is in an earth sign, so the trine will come. The trine will come later, because right now it's in square with, the prior Sagittarius, right? So here it is right here. So here's the sun making the trine, and it's happening around the 10th. Yeah. So see, that's the same day as the new moon, and we can see it here on the chart, on the wheel here. And so we have the new moon that same day. Everything's a lot happening on the 10th, September the 10th. Mercury enters Libra, Venus enters Scorpio. And so you have this Aries, you have the sun and the moon. The new moon is, yeah, wow. Yeah, well, it would be the sun more instead of the moon. Yeah, but the sun is making a trine to Juno in your 10th house of career, making it easier for you to get something that you may really want to commit yourself to. Yeah, that trine there to supporting you. It can be career based. It definitely can be. But whatever it is supporting your kind of your wellness. Yeah, it is, and your everyday routines or your lifestyle in general. That's very cool. And the sun can highlight and encourage you also to seek partners who may be equally committed as well. That can be the case here because this does talk about commitment too, typically with partners. But it could be encouraging you, Aries, to seek people who are more loyal or serious and, about building something for the long term. So in September, you might be more interested in relationships that support your well-being, right? Your financial perspective as well. That never hurts, right? And your long-term visions. On the 25th, the sun will be in Libra in your house of partnerships. This is your opposite sign. Yeah, which is highly interesting, right? So, when we have the full moon in your sign, the sun will be in Libra, that's for sure. So, um, on the 25th, let's move to that. So here, the sun is already in Libra. The full moon comes the next day because this is only at 2 degrees and the moon is at 22. But the sun will be there too, and it will be opposing the moon in Pisces the day before the full moon. So let's look at it. Um, yeah, opposing it probably as a matter of hours. Let's see here. Um, mhm. Let's look at that. Let's move this hours here so we can see this here. Well, oh, I see. Yeah, okay. So it's actually maybe it's a couple days before, but the sun is when the sun opposes the moon, that is the full moon. But the day before, let's see, it's on the 25th. Let's just go to the 25th, the day before. We have this, and there is an opposition here. That's right. I'm just because we have the moon at 27 degrees of Pisces, and this is at 3 degrees. We get an orb there. We get like a little bit of, wiggle room. Yeah, we do. And so this is in your 12th house. Wow. right? So this is your 12th house of endings, and the sun is, opposing the next day, but the moon will actually be in your sign, right? But we see the opposition here in your 12th sign, asking you to release something, Aries, or to surrender to something. They're not exactly the same, right? But that's that house. And then the sun is in, the house of the couple or the other. This is your house of relationships, marriage and business partnerships, any type of partnerships, one-on-one clients, right? Also opportunities, not opportunities, but opponents, people that argue or just things or situations, people or situations that don't agree with you, and justice, right? Interesting here. So, it can be also that day before where it's asking you to maybe to release something that has to do, like forgive somebody here. That could be the case because the moon will be in this Pisces. Yeah, the moon will be in Pisces, not still, but will be in Pisces on September 25th. And Pisces is forgiving, it's compassionate, right? Yeah, and so maybe there's something that you kind of need to, somebody that you might need to forgive there, all right? That's an interesting, and then the next day will be the full moon in your sign, and I'll have have a video on that for sure, right? Um, yeah. Let's see what else I have here for you. And in the also, yeah, the day before, the sun will be also, opposing Neptune in your sign. Neptune is retrograde. Neptune is a sign of hopes and illusions, hopes and dreams and visions. But when we say hopes and illusions, it's like there's kind of a fog between them. So Neptune wants it wants happiness in the way of I want to, make my dreams come true, right? But it gets to be too idealistic sometimes where, where something's nearly impossible, but they are still kind of hoping. So that's why it is associated sometimes Neptune with uncertainty and confusion or even being naive. So when we have the opposition, it's usually saying something has to be fixed here or, or adjusted. Like you have to do something here. So that opposition, it could be asking you to believe in your dreams, Aries, um, at the same time, but to see others realistically. Yeah, don't look at them with rose-colored glasses on, right? Or as we wish they would be, right? And to move on from someone or something. It can be asking you to move on. It definitely can be right there for sure. Okay, especially when we have the moon, which is moving into a full moon. Right? Just the next day, and it is conjoined with Neptune. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, and then we have also we have the sun making a trine to Uranus, the planet of independence, innovation, and change, making it easier for you to embrace change and to move forward thinking differently. Because remember, this I might have touched on this in the intro, but to help you move forward differently or to thinking differently, right? More innovatively, right? Or right, with more improvement kind of right? And here's a square over to, well, there's a square on 90 degree. There's no planet here in Virgo at the time of the 25th, but there's still a square there. In other words, there's some type of kind of a little bit of a disagreement between Virgo and Mercury, and not Mercury, but Gemini. Yes, they are ruled by the same planet, but they're very different, right? So this could be asking you to think differently about your goals for work. Yeah, your professional goals, because that is the house of goals, plans and goals. It's your skills, the way you think, your decisions, your willpower even. Um, yeah, what you like to learn about, and that's a house of communication too. So for podcasters, there could be something here because this is work, Virgo's work. So this could be if you're a podcaster out there, this square will kind of challenge you a little bit about that in some way. Maybe, and I would say for sure uh, to suggest that embrace change here. All right. And yeah, and we have the square also reaching up here to this north node of higher potential in your house of future aspirations. All right. So there you go. Um, Let's see what else I might have here for you. Yeah, we talked about the full moon, and that full moon is going to illuminate for you what's been building, Aries, more so behind the scenes. Yeah, things can just happen with full moons, right? Especially when it's in your own sign, right? And Chiron, the wounded healer, returns to your sign on the 17th and will sextile the north node of higher potential and destiny in future-oriented Aquarius. Yeah, so a lot going on there. It's been a lot going on for you, Aries, I would definitely say. All right. Even though those planets are, um, even though they are, um, excuse me, even though they are retrograde, those few planets, right? And also when we have this square here, this house of future aspirations where Uranus is making a square to the north node of higher potential, it's also making a trine to, to Pluto. This helps you, does help you to, it's kind of, this is transformative. This is also deep knowing. You're able to kind of trust your intuition here. For sure you are. This is about power too. Um, and it can be about money, Pluto right here, but it is definitely about transformation and making the trine to, so there is an easy way here for you to transform something, but at the same time, there's a little bit of a challenge here because although the change can be easy with the trine, it's asking you to kind of step up to your higher potential, Aries. It's kind of it's like a kind of a stern life coach here, if you will, right? Um, yeah. Okay, and then we have also, um, yeah, Chiron is doing the same thing. Chiron is making a sextile to the north node for you, Aries, right? Uh, to the south node, and it is trining. It's sextiling the north node of higher potential. And that is definitely supporting you with Chiron. Did I mention that? I don't think I did. Um, Yeah, because I kind of had to, yeah. But here, this is letting you here. This is all supporting you. There is a square to your natal Mars here, Aries. So this is telling you to it's telling you to take action, nurture yourself along the journey, and it's also telling you to let go of something over here that is kind of holding you back in some way. All right. I feel like it's very good for you, though, Aries. And thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. If you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the little bell and you'll be notified of my next upload. If you want a reading with me, check out the description box below. All kinds of great readings, all right? And tomorrow I will be posting in the evening a video, a natal chart that's being read, right? But this may, yeah, this will probably come out right before, but I will have that up, right? So if you're subbed, then you will get that, and I'm going to show how useful the chart is, okay? Your natal chart, your own unique natal chart. So for Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising, the Sun is in Virgo for the first weeks of the month, highlighting your fifth house of self-expression, and here for most of the month. Let's move back here. Yeah, let's move back to Virgo season. Right, this is how we do it here usually. Let's move this to September at least. Okay, so here we are. You're on the ascendant Taurus, and so this is highlighting your fifth house of self-expression, self-identity, talents, and hobbies. Living authentically from the heart, that is the house of the heart with personal authenticity. That's right. Romance, children, and matters of children. And also fun, entertainment, and sports. Gambling is also in the fifth house, or whatever makes you happy, right? Yeah. And so, okay, so sorry about that, Taurus. On the first, Mercury, uh, the planet of thinking, makes a sextile to Mars, the planet of action, and that is from your fifth house of talents, right? So here's Mercury here. And so for you, this Virgo season is about like you wanting to be happy. It can be about your work as opposed like with creative pursuits that are related. It's about your talents. It's everything I was talking about the fifth house. Um, and you're definitely thinking about that because that Mercury is there, right? Um, and this is also your house of courage. That's right. All right. So, and Chiron also is. the wounded healer, is in your sign, Taurus, until it moves back into Aries. That's going to be on the 17th when, when it will station retrograde into your 12th house of endings and release. So when Chiron moves back here, it will be here in Aries in your 12th house. It's going to motivate you. Aries is motivates, right? So Aries, this Mars, basically the ruler, it's going to interesting there, going to motivate you to let something go that is uh, that's been bothering you really, because this is the 12th house of anxiety and worry and things like that. Yeah, it is self-undoing and addiction. So that's the difficult house. I feel like it is. It is also the house of spiritual growth, um, intuition, right? So these compassion, right? So, and fantasy. So, nothing wrong with those things, right? Especially the spiritual growth as it relates to transcendence, right? And so on the 17th, Venus, your natal Venus, Taurus, um, right, will be in Libra. Yeah. Or has it? No, it's already moved on to Scorpio. It has, you see, because it moves into Scorpio on the 10th, and we can see it right here. So, uh, yeah, on the 17th, Chiron will be opposing your natal Venus, right? And let's look at that here. Yeah. And here it is, right? Yeah, and it is in Scorpio at the time for sure. Venus wants to protect you there, but it wants to show you something that's it's in a hidden sign. It wants to show you something likely about your relationships, Taurus. It can. You may need to leave behind something, some type of sensitivity that has to do with your relationships. As Venus enters Scorpio, it's in your seventh house of relationships. So Venus is the natural ruler of the seventh house because that's Venus. It's the second and the seventh. Yours is the second in the zodiac because Venus is your ruler as well. But this opposition here, yeah, it can be asking you to see something that can be hindering you, right? Definitely could. Um, in your relationships or how you maintain harmony and balance in your own life, what needs to go, what you need to stop kind of worrying about, or any kind of fear you had here. And this also has to do with your self-esteem, okay? But it does have something to do with your relationships, um, and also, this could be something that you haven't seen, that you haven't understood about yourself in the past. It can. But Chiron will be there. You're probably going to be feeling it, Taurus, in your 12th house. I mean, that's a difficult place, I would say, for Chiron to be. But the spiritual growth, if you are inclined, right, will definitely help you deal with this opposition. And this is a hidden sign here. It can be about, this can also be about relationships that are hidden. And therefore, this challenge is asking you to move away from that. Like, I don't know if you Taurians have been in a secret relationship with somebody, or somebody who's married or something like that, right? I mean, and Venus is in detriment. Yeah, in Scorpio as well. So Venus doesn't like being there because Mars is the ruler of Scorpio, and Mars is the opposite of Venus. Yeah, very interesting there. So it's in detriment there. There's something about your relationships that, or your perspective, pretty sure that you need to let go of there, right? It can also be about how you create harmony and balance in your life. So if you're worrying yourself, you're not creating any harmony and balance in your life, right? That can be that right there. Taurus is, you are concerned with stability. I just talked to a Taurus, right? Who, is a little worried, but, um, so you're associated with, stability and well-being. So I can understand where the worry can come from when Venus is making the opposition to your 12th house. Yeah, very interesting there. It's also opposing Vesta. Vesta is associated with Libra, and this is harmony and balance and what you want to dedicate yourself to as well. So so there we have that there, right? Yeah, and that can be asking you to, Taurus, to look deeper at how you're holding on to something that can affect your or influence your own personal power, right? And your profound understanding of things and your money. I mentioned this, right? This can also be about shared wealth sometimes, and other people's money, shared wealth, and you maybe your relationship kind of with wealth. Sometimes this can talk about you feel like you don't deserve wealth. It just depends, right? So your relationship with it. So yeah, I'd have to see your own chart to, really kind of make that distinction there. But yeah, and so, with the opposition there, it can bring up old doubts and fears. But it is asking you to release anything, even old resentments, Taurus, all right? If somebody, really bugged you in the past, just let it go. Who cares about them, right? So focus on your own journey, right? This is what we're supporting over here, right? Yeah. Um, And there's a trine, Taurus, from Black Moon Lilith to Chiron. And Lilith is in Sagittarius, getting ready to leave. And here we have the trine there. So here we have it showing up on September the 10th. Everything happens on the 10th, not everything, but a lot is happening on the 10th. And that trine there to Chiron is helping you to do that. That's what it's helped. Black Moon Lilith is in your ninth house of growth and expansion, higher learning and wisdom. And there's a trine also from Lilith, right, to the north south node in Leo, supporting you, Taurus, to move beyond the familiar past and what limits you. Yeah, don't. That's the thing with Taurus. I have a Taurus moon, so I understand this, right? We do like stability. That's why we can be like a little stubborn, or we don't want change. We don't really like, it's an earth sign. It's a slower earth sign. Don't really like change that much. But we have to have change in our lives to grow in our lives, right? Yeah. And so there's no way around that, right? And so when we have that, we also have that, yeah, we have the sextile to the north node here, right here with Lilith here, and this, Lilith is your shadow. So just in case, people don't, what's Lilith? Black Moon Lilith is your shadow. It's usually something that you're mad about or frustrated about. But sometimes we're not able to see it. That's why it's called the shadow. It's in the dark, right? We're not really able to understand it or notice it possibly. So it's making a trine to Chiron, and Chiron moves back into, there's Chiron. So it's still making the trine here back into your 12th house, Taurus. Yeah, asking you, making it easier for you to release something and see something. And then this will be it'll be in your ninth house of growth and expansion. Interesting on the 18th, after, after Lilith, after Chiron has entered Taurus here, but Lilith is and the moon are in a perfect conjunction at 0 degrees on the 18th. So it's in Capricorn, very serious and, mature Capricorn, right? Disciplined and achievement oriented in your house of growth and expansion. On the 18th, you could really be feeling something good for yourself, Taurus. You could feel some type of understanding where I don't need that anymore. Yeah, and Chiron will be in your 12th house of endings and release. Yeah. All right, so that's a good thing for you. Maybe you can stop if you're worrying about something, you might be able to stop that worry. You definitely could be, and there's a sextile to the north node. As I was saying, right? I think I mentioned that, to the north node of higher potential and destiny in your 10th house of career. This is your house of your public image, and that's a great place. What you want to achieve for the long term. So there could be an opportunity here for you, career related, around the 18th. It just will depend, right? Yeah. Especially, Saturn is ruling your 10th house, Taurus, so you could definitely have an opportunity here around the 18th. Very interesting there, right? Yeah. All right. So, yeah, so let's see what else I might have here for you, Taurus. Yeah, okay. All right. And so, yeah, and so now we also have Mercury is ruling your second house of self-worth. And Mercury is very important this month, right? Here's Mercury here. We're showing the wheel on the 18th. But Mercury is very important because the sun is in Virgo, right? That's the ruler of Mercury. Now, earlier on, Mercury is in its own sign here in Virgo. Yeah, and so it moves, yeah, it moves into Libra on the 10th into your sixth house of work. So you're gonna have ideas about work, Taurus, ideas about how to make your life better. You should definitely, especially as we are in Virgo season, and it's so important. And Mercury, it rules your second house of well-being and money. Yeah, this is your house of self-worth and, personal resources, the money you earn, your material comfort. It's here in the second house of stability and well-being and money, as I said. So it's not here, but this trine is to Uranus, and it is coming from Mercury right here. So here's the trine, making it easier for you to have ideas about work, to embrace change, something that's more innovative, something that can, new and fresh, or something that improves or, improves your work, helps you, right? Could be a upgrade with your work because Mercury's in the sixth house of refinement, right? And the sun is in the sign of refinement in Virgo. Yeah, And you might change your perspective. You could be changing your perspective a little bit this month. And just because I said that, just because of partially because of this Mercury making this trine to Uranus in the sign of thinking and communication and ideas and and in your second house of well-being. And Mercury's thinking over here. So your perspective is likely to change about something that is likely about your work. All right. Yeah, and so we're going to have Taurus. We're going to have excuse me, as I said, I think the new moon is on the 10th. I'll have a separate video on that. And then the full moon will be in Aries, and that will be on the 26th of the month. And that will be in your 12th house of ending. So that will be interesting. Or release, intuition as well. So there could be something that you will be seeing with the full moon. The full moon often brings revelations yeah, it does. All right, so. And Mars, we didn't talk much about Mars. Mars enters Leo on the 27th. That's the end of the month, right? Mars is ruling your 12th house of ending. So, Mars is important. It really is because we have all these planets that are retrograde here in Aries, and we have the Aries full moon. So, Mars is important this month as well. And so Mars will enter, Leo, self-expressive and creative Leo on the 27th, the day after the full moon in Aries. And Mars in Leo will inspire you. Yeah, it will, because here Mars will be in your fourth house. But this is your house of uh yeah, this is your house of home and family, but it's your house of emotional needs. But it's going to inspire you possibly to with creative ideas. It can also be Mars can be, you might want a relationship here in case you're single, Taurus, when Mars enters Leo, because Mars always wants something new, right? Mars steps up to the plate for sure. It could inspire your creative endeavors and also for you to have more courage, also to mend rifts with family. That can be the case there. Highly interesting there. Yeah. And so with friends or partners as well, Mars is making a square to Venus. It's opposite planet, sort of, because Mars is ruling, Aries, and then, Venus rules Libra. They're opposite signs. You might forgive somebody. Yeah, you could. And this could in turn kind of like give you more energy. That's highly interesting how that is. And support your drive, support your energy, support your drive, your creativity. Yeah, and also boosting your courage as well, for sure. Um, hmm Yeah, and you could be willing. Yeah, I feel like this month there's going to be something that you are willing to make amends with, or somebody. It doesn't have to be a person, though. It can be that you are simply, and that has to do with your creativity, like something that you release or something. It can be a belief about yourself. That's a possibility here. Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. It can be a belief about yourself because the sun, which is self-identity, is in your fifth house for the first 3 weeks of the month, and that is your creative endeavors. And this is your self-identity, the sun, your self-expression, your own personal authenticity. So you could learn something with all this kind of Mercury going on as well. Uh, you could learn something that will just boost your courage and your creativity. All right. So thank you so much for joining me here, Taurus. If you liked my video, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the little bell. I'll be back with another video. And also, if you want a reading with me, check out the description box below. They are very, very helpful. Yeah, they are. So tomorrow night will be a video that I will be posting. Yeah, and you'll be able to see how I approach the chart and how useful and helpful it is. Okay, so for Gemini, we're going to put you on the, excuse me, Gemini, we'll put you on the ascendant, and here you are. And so the sun is in Virgo in your fourth house of home and family. Okay, so let's move this back a little bit, right, to the more toward the beginning of the month. And yeah, and so we can just put it on the first, why not? And so here we go. And at the beginning of the month here, that sun is in your fourth house. This is also your emotional needs, the past, and family lineage. And that, excuse me, is for the first 3 weeks of the month. And the sun enters Libra on the 23rd, right? But your natal Mercury is in Virgo. It is, especially for the first 10 days of the month. Then it will enter Libra. And so it's very powerful because Mercury is the ruler of both Gemini and Virgo. And Mercury is the planet of thinking, right? And on the first, we have it here. We have Mercury making the sextile to Mars. Mars is in your second house of well-being, self-worth, your resources, and also your money. Okay, so yeah, so we have that sextile there. And it is a nurturing Cancer, right? There's an opportunity for healthier communication or to establish healthier patterns with family members. For sure, Virgo's work, it's a possibility here. You can have maybe a family business as well. And yeah, and that is going to inspire you, Gemini, to maybe make more money. That could be the case here, or to come up with more ideas. Possibly, Mercury is ideas. It's in the sign of work in Virgo, right? To kind of, these can also support your kind of your well-being for sure. This is your house of emotional needs. That's a possibility here. This can also be that you could be making up with a family member right here. You might be doing that, you could feel motivated to do that, and that might, that can help you kind of support you as well, of course, right? Mercury is making a trine to your eighth house. Um, yes, indisciplined Capricorn. Let's look at that here. Uh, yeah, here it is. And that is, whoops. Okay, so I'm going to do it like this. All right, so this is after we move on a little bit here. Mercury is making this trine to Juno, and that is excuse me, is making the trine to Uranus, the planet of change, in your sign. So let's look at that here, that trine. Um, yeah, and did I add dates here? I have the date here. I definitely do. Let me look at that Mercury trine to Uranus. It's on the 13th. I beg your pardon, you guys. So let's move to the 13th because it's very important. Uranus is in your sign, Gemini. Mercury is your planet. And here we can see the trine. Yeah, okay. Okay, good, right? And so that trine there, though, is great. This is supporting all your creative ideas, your creative projects. This is giving you courage to this can be about your confidence with clients and business and clients as well. But this is you're doing something better here. The trine is supporting that. That will support your fifth house. You could get into a relationship. It's possible here. It's in Libra, in the sign of relationships, and in your fifth house of romantic love. You could get into a relationship with somebody who is potentially different, like not the same types, Gemini. I'm a Gemini rising, and I know that I've recently met somebody who is like a little unconventional. So, at least for me, right? Like not my type, right? So yeah, you might meet somebody like that. It's interesting. I just thought of that right now. Um, yeah, and so, um, Uranus will go retrograde in your sign on the 10th, right? It's already showing as retrograde right here. Um, mm-hmm. And Uranus is Aquarius. It rules your ninth house of growth and expansion, right? Uranus here. So what this means is that whatever this trine is, supporting the way you think, or it could be skills. You might want to learn new skills as well that support your creative or ideas. This really looks like ideas to me because Uranus is definitely related to ideas and innovation, right? But this could be, it's definitely supporting you in this major way. Yeah. And thereby Uranus is ruling your ninth house of growth and expansion and wisdom, higher purpose, education. Interesting there too. Maybe you want to learn something because Mercury does rule learning as well. So, both Mercury and Jupiter, right? So yeah. Let's see what else I have here for you. Um, yeah, into the end. So this trine too. It's not showing here. Oh, to your eighth house. That would be to Juno, though. But here we have the trine right here. And so that is showing on the 13th. It is. So Juno's in your eighth house of transformation in the sign of career and achievement, or this is all, it's in Capricorn, right? The sign of authority and ambition and, just maturity and discipline, right? And so here we have that here. And this is, there's a major change for you here. And Juno is about, it can be about somebody that you want to commit yourself to. You could really get into a relationship here, and that is in the house of emotional bonds. You could start an emotional bond with somebody here, Gemini. You might do that. You definitely might here. Um, yeah, interesting how Mercury still makes an inconjunct with Chiron here on the 13th in your 12th house of endings and fears and illusions. This is saying, just, this can be saying go with this, kind of go with this and don't worry about, I don't know, some type of old vulnerability you had about relationships, possibly because it's coming from the house of love, that quincunx, and in the sign of Libra, you see. Yeah, so, and that is to Taurus, which rules stability, but that's your 12th house. Yeah, very, and sensuality too. Trust your senses. That's what that can be saying here. This trust your senses and don't buy into these like worries or fears. This is like Chiron in the 12th can mean like you're afraid of stuff from so long ago that might not even be relevant. It's not even relevant anymore. It can be an illusion, right? Which isn't real, right? We definitely don't want to be under an illusion. No, we don't. All right. So let's see what else I have here for you. But there's a change here for you. There is because this house where Mercury is trining this Juno here is also making a trine to Pluto, the planet of transformation, right? And so here, this is in your house of transformation, emotional bonds, couples and yeah, intimacy and things like that. And you could be definitely, with that trine there, it's also, this is the house of deeper knowing. So trust your deeper knowing, Gemini, about somebody that you meet who might be unconventional, all right? Or trust your deeper knowing about dedicating yourself to something with regard to career. Just trust yourself on it because it can be about your creative endeavors here, okay? Yeah, and so yeah, Saturn, let's talk about Saturn here for you. Um, Yeah, let's talk about Saturn. And Saturn is ruling your eighth house of transformation, your ninth house of growth and expansion. And so Saturn is in Aries in your 11th house of future aspirations, right? Now, Saturn is retrograde here, so, until December, but it is ruling Pluto in Aquarius. So, whatever the retrograde, I have a whole video on that I do if you'd like to see that for sure. But Saturn here in the sign of the self, in your 11th house of the future, it's ruling your ninth house of growth and your eighth house of transformation. So over the retrograde, there's going to be some type of change there for you. For sure it is. Um, Yeah, it's going to be that it will allow you to, Saturn retrograde there is going to allow you to reflect on the future and where you're going, Gemini. Yeah, and we can see the aspects here. It is trining, um, making a trine to Jupiter, right, which rules growth and expansion in your third house of thinking, in creative Leo. So the trine there, yeah, you need to trust in your creative abilities. You sure do. And the way you think, with higher purpose, all right, kind of like trust. Yeah. Yeah, interesting there. All right. And the retrograde can also have you thinking about just how far you've come and what you've achieved. On the 10th, we have Mercury moving into your fifth house, and I already have it here on the 13th. So we talked about that. Mercury is moving into this fifth house with your creative, bringing you creative ideas. It can be communication in a new relationship. That's a possibility. As I was saying, right? You could be because of the other aspects I was talking about for sure. Easily moving into a relationship with somebody, and it's right. It's in Libra too, and so and let's see what else I have for you here. And Venus, excuse me, enters intuitive Scorpio, and that's on the 10th. And so we see it right here. We have the wheel on the 13th, but Venus is in your sixth house of work. Venus has to do with money and love. It's in your self-worth, right? Your well-being. Moving into your house of work, it's not so much your work, it's your monies. Yeah, it is related to your work because it's the money you earn. Venus can, talk about that. It's in your house, enters your house of work. Uh, Interesting, but it enters, passionate and intense, powerful, and, this is Scorpio. So, whatever you do, for sure, trust your instincts about work-related opportunities because Venus is a benefic, yeah. And so, and Scorpio is a money sign, and this is in your house of work. So, things could get better for you, definitely financially, if that's a thing for you, or if that's kind of a wish of yours. And Venus is actually conjunct with the moon in your fifth house of romantic love and creative endeavors. And so, this here, Venus, moving into your sixth house with the moon here, it can be asking you just be yourself, believe in yourself. Could definitely be saying that. Um, and don't be afraid of relationships as they because this also can be saying, a relationship can improve your life here. It can be saying that, Gemini, in case, you're kind of a single, maybe if you're single, it can be saying that as well. Um, Yeah, and so that is also your house of practical daily affairs and responsibilities. Yeah, so this Venus moving in there will kind of protect this is your lifestyle, your house of lifestyle. It's also your house of problem solving. So the fact that it's in Scorpio, you may be able to see here what can help you earn more money in your job. Yeah, with your career or your business, whatever you have, Gemini, right? And that can possibly bring you more clients as well, because Venus does rule, Venus rules business and clients as well as it rules Libra. All right, so you might have more clients. That sounds good, right? Doesn't it? Your communication will likely be very pleasing. It can be. This can be. Oh, and this is when Mercury enters. But this here in your sixth house is kind of can be something very sexy as well. Uh, yeah, it can be that, maybe this can be you have a relationship with somebody at work as well. Can be a hidden relationship at work as well. Yeah. All right. So let's see what else I have. If there's a need to clear the air or bring things back into balance with somebody, September will be a good time to do that. Relationships with children can thrive and you could receive romantic communication. I've been saying that right now. I'm referring to my notes again. You might get texts or emails or phone calls, uh, right? And so, um, yeah, and during Venus's transit in your sixth house, That is the house of service as well. You know, romantic partners might be more helpful. All right. I know that I know I'll always accept some help, right? I mean, not always, but right. And the shadow aspect is somebody who's trying to buy your love, though, Gemini. Yeah, and so, yeah, through acts of service or over giving. There can be people who like to do small things that may be helpful for you. Nothing wrong with that. Venus and Scorpio can show up as a deep loyalty and a profound love for someone, but it can also cause a heaviness because Scorpio is intense or an intensity that is maybe unhealthy. All right. So, right. And so the Gemini doesn't usually like that because we're an air sign, right? Yeah. Um, yeah, and we don't usually like that, but and it depends on the rest of your chart, though, right? Yeah, we can't make just oh yeah, you're just Gemini, and so this, or of course not, right? That's what we've learned here with the chart, in these readings, right? In the horoscopes, that can never be true. Oh, so and so's a Capricorn, and so therefore blah blah, and it doesn't work like that, right? All right, so. Venus is opposing Chiron in sensual and grounded Taurus in your 12th house of endings and release. I talked about this a little bit with Aries, but Venus, so Venus wants you to let go of something here. Chiron will be in your 12th house. It's moving back into Aries, but here we have, it doesn't move into Aries until the 17th, Gemini. But Venus here is opposing Chiron, asking you to let go of something that may not even be true. You might have some belief about yourself that fear or some type of an illusion or something, that it could be childhood conditioning, right? Past conditioning, whatever it is, let it go because this is saying right here with the opposition to Venus here in this house of practical affairs, basically. This can be just how your lifestyle is running, your life, really, your daily life as it exists. It's asking you to release something here. Let go of some type of use your senses because it's in Taurus, asking you to release something that is hindering you, your well-being or making you worry or something like that. So let go of it here. It's going to move back into your 11th house of the future on the 17th. This has to do with groups of people too. So, I don't know. It depends here. If you've been afraid, or I shouldn't say afraid, but just leery of certain people. It can just have to do with some fake illusion that has nothing, that has no real basis, right? Yeah, that's what the 12th house can be, illusions, right? Yeah, let's see what else I might have here. But it's all for your well-being. That's the whole point of that, right? Trust in your senses. I said that. Trust in your intuition. The 12th house is intuition. You might want to meditate or introspection. That can be very helpful. It can be, Gemini. You're likely to improve your relationships and your finances. You are in the month of September, even perhaps your self-worth in your daily life as you experience it. All right. So thank you so much, Gemini, for joining me here. And now I'm going to move to Cancer. Yeah, so let's see what I have for Cancer. And so Cancer, this is for Sun, Moon, and Rising. And we're going to move the wheel above or further here, I should say, not really above. Uh, yeah, excuse me. I beg your pardon. So the sun is in Virgo in your third house of thinking, communications, ideas, plans and goals, choices, decisions, and willpower. This is also your house of siblings. There could be things going on in the month of September that has to do with siblings or extended family, neighbors, even the local community. This is also short distance trips. Maybe you will be going on short distance trips in the month of September, right? Or the first 3 weeks while the sun is in Virgo. And Virgo, Mercury rules your third house of thinking. And Cancer, I might have mentioned this before, but Mercury rules the third house, period. And for you, it rules your third house because Virgo's there. And it also rules your 12th house of endings. So I find that to be highly fascinating because that means that you are able to understand and see this is a hidden house. What needs to go in your life? Sorry, I'm putting my hand here. What needs to go? Yeah, interesting. So the sun is going to be here and we'll move the wheel back in Virgo, in discerning Virgo. you could really be kind of pondering your ideas, your plans, your goals, your skills even, possibility. You could be doing that. You could be also thinking what does need to be released, or maybe what you need to surrender to. That's not just the house of endings and release, right? Talk to me today. Oh no. Each house has so much in it. It's hard to say it in every reading. It really is, or every time, right? Every time we kind of discuss something. Um, yeah, and so yeah, and this is okay. And let's see what else I have for you here. Um, Cancer. And so, yeah, on the first, the ruler of the sun, Mercury, is making a sextile to Mars in your sign. And here it is. We'll just move the wheel back a little bit. Mars is the planet of action. It doesn't really like to be in Cancer that much, Cancer. Sorry, okay. It's not that you're unpopular to Mars, right? It's that Mars is you're more chill and you want things to be kind of balanced and right and you're nurturing and you're protective. This is how you keep your emotional needs like in check, of course, right? Like you're very aware of that. And Mars doesn't care about that. Mars just cares about, I need to do this and I need to do it now. They're very impulsive, right? It is very courageous though, right? So Mars in your sign, right? It's been there a little while now. It could be giving you a lot of courage. It could be. Um, and Mars is receiving a sextile from Mercury, which is ruling the sun and the way you think, right? So, this can be about your skills and what you want to do here, your plans and goals. You have ideas, for sure. You have ideas. It's very cool. I find that it is. Um, yeah, if you feel like something is wrong and you need to do something about it, trust your instincts. Mars, okay, so where's Mars at? Mars is ruling your fifth house of self-identity. It rules your fifth house of love and romance and matters of children. If you need to do anything that is about that, trust your intuition, Cancer, because you are supposed to be doing that anyway. You're a Cancer that you trust. Yeah, you're supposed to be because you are, right? Yeah, intuitive rather, right? So, yeah. Mm-hmm. And trust your discernment. I was just talking about that. Trust in your judgment about things, whatever they are. Okay, this is an excellent example of an opportunity to use your logical and your intuitive mind the same time when we have the sun and Mercury. Mercury is really making it. Well, the sun is there too, making that as well. It's just very loose here. But here we have Mercury making that sextile there. At the same time, let's see what Mercury is doing, is making the quincunx, interesting there, to yeah, perfect quincunx to Saturn. Saturn is retrograde in your 10th house of, there's something that you may have to do that has to do, this could be asking you to do something right here, um, and about your authority in your own life, taking charge, personal authority. It can have to do with your career. It can have to do with just fatherhood even. This is the house of fatherhood. There may be something that you need to do there, and you could be really kind of mulling it around right now in because Mercury is very analytical and it's in the analytical sign of Virgo, or the discerning and refining, discerning and practical Virgo, right? Yeah. And the moon is ruling your, and the reason I was saying here too, we were talking here, so you are ruled by the moon, Cancer. And when we have this sextile to Mars, this is like trust your instincts. That's what that is. Trust your instincts and your intuition. That's why I was kind of mentioning that, right? Yeah. And so let me see now. And Mercury is the ruler of your, we talked about Mercury ruling your 12th house. I think we did, right? And we have this, I feel like we did, but we have here, um, Uranus is getting a square. Let me move this here. I don't know why this is on the first, but it hasn't changed anything. We're talking about this Mercury sextile with Mars. Yeah, it's just a kind of a Freudian thing here. But here that, on the first, we have Mercury trining the moon. Look at that. And that is your planet in your 11th house of the future. It's in Taurus. Taurus is your senses. All right. So these are your future aspirations. Trust your instincts around the beginning of around the beginning here. So this is the first here. Uh, it can be about work because here's Virgo. Virgo represents work, all right? But definitely trust your instincts on how you want to move forward because I just talked about this sextile to Mars. Mars rules action, right? Mars, I want to do this, right? I have the courage, I have the drive, like that, all right? Um, but you have to let something go or surrender to something because Mercury's ruling that 12th house, all right? Mercury's the king right now until the third week, until the sun moves into Libra, all right, on the 23rd. Yeah, and so let's see here. I want to see here with Uranus as well. Uranus is in your 12th house. Uranus is independence, change, and innovation. And Mercury has a trine with that Uranus. Yeah, that's why I wanted to look at this. And that is actually on the 13th. So let's move the wheel, Cancer. Um, so here's the new moon on the 10th. I'll have a separate video on that. And that has to do with your ideas, your plans and goals, because it's in the third house in Virgo, right? So we'll talk about that. Yeah, there's going to be something you want to do that is new. And the same, the sextile is on the 10th as well, happening on the 10th. Um, That's right, from both the sun and the moon, but there's going to be something you want new that will be new for you. Or you are taking either going through a transition during the new moon or initiate the beginning of something new, right? All right. So we have on the 13th, though, we have Venus, not Venus, but Mercury making that trine to Uranus in your 12th house. So this trust whatever you think can improve. It's in your house of intuition, also that house of surrender and release. So just trust in yourself that you can change something. It might have to do with you might have to embrace change here, but it's likely a good change because Mercury's ruling that third house and this 12th house where Uranus is. And the trine is usually something supportive. You might have some brainstorming idea of how to release something here or how to move away from something or how to end something. That could be the case around the 13th. And your Uranus is Aquarius. It's ruling your eighth house of, excuse me, of transformation. So there's change for you in the month of September, some type of major change, I would say. It doesn't have to be necessarily major, but there definitely is some change, or you're able to like improve on something, or see a new opportunity for yourself as well. And you know, Mercury can represent opportunities as well. All right. Yeah, and so let's see what else I have for you here. Um, yeah, and you might be feeling it's smarter to let something go. So the other thing about this is that you may have to, there could be some type of, because Mercury is in Libra, and Libra wants things to be fair or balanced, right? It's kind of like the referee here. You might let something go because, and embrace some type of change because you feel like it's going to bring harmony or both sides can win. There could be something like that for you in September, all right? Yeah, and so, and what do I have going on with Uranus and the yeah, Uranus is making it's at 5 degrees, so it's making a square to the south node, to the north node of higher potential. See, it's really telling you to embrace this change here in your house of, this is your higher purpose here, what is best for you, your destiny, and also this is in your free will. It's in this house of transformation, ruled by Uranus here in your house of endings. So go with it, go with the change. Yeah, very interesting here. You might be really thinking about family here, at least the first half of the month or the first 3 weeks of the month. Because Mercury, actually on the 10th, sorry, Mercury will move, yeah, for the first 3 weeks of the month and even after, right? Yeah. And so Venus is going to move into, yeah, Mercury will move into Scorpio at the end of the month. But um, Venus will be entering your fifth house of not communication, your fifth house creative ideas and your self-expression, your talents, your courage, your confidence. It's also the house of romantic love. It sure is. Um, yeah, it can be about children or matters of children as well. And yeah, Venus will move into there on the 10th. And so we see it already here. Um, yeah, and Venus is ruling your 11th house of future aspirations. Yeah, and so this is also, this is in the house, the sign, it rules money as well. And Venus rules Taurus as well. Very interesting here, right? And Venus is ruling your also Libra, this fourth house. It has been here. Um, yeah, you have a lot of like good luck in the first half of the month. I would definitely say Taurus, because not Taurus, Cancer, because Venus is the natural ruler, right? So now we have Venus opposing, though, opposing this Chiron here. And Chiron will move back into your 10th house of career, but it's asking you to let something go that is kind of hindering your future aspirations, or maybe kind of the courage to to do something possibly because it's related to the future. Um, right? And it can be asking you to also just let go of something that could be kind of hindering your forward movement. Yeah, move away from it, right? It's going to move back into your career house. Chiron is like it can be a wound we carry around that sabotages us or that hinders us, right? Yeah, so, and and this Venus wants the best for you, all right? If you have, actually interesting here too, if you have been in a relationship here, or yeah, Venus in a relationship with somebody who was dark, secretive, sneaky. This can be asking you, Cancer, right here, just, let it go. It could be kind of pressuring you. That's what the opposition has a little, just let it go, right? Yeah, and move forward, because that can be hindering you moving, as I said. Interesting, yeah, there, right? Uh-huh. Yes, and so, um, yeah, and also, what I was talking about, we were talking about Mercury here. Mercury's in Libra until the end of the month. Yeah, it is. It moves in here on the 10th. But anybody who's a family therapist out there, things can really improve with the family partners, or you're able to understand, uh, most likely understand family matters much better when it moves, when Mercury enters a Libra on the 10th of the month, all right, which is the same day as the new moon in Virgo, the same day that Venus enters Scorpio, right? This is can be interesting too. This could be saying don't trust somebody right here. That's highly interesting. A romantic can be a romantic person. It can definitely be, or people who are connected to your children. You don't trust them. It can be really saying that because um, Taurus wants well-being up here, and there's just something about that. Yeah. And then Venus will be actually opposing Chiron when it moves back here into Aries, into the sign of the self. But Venus is the opposite sign of Mars-ruled Aries. So there's something going on there. It's like kind of don't just, as I have said, Cancer, to trust in all this change and all that. There can be somebody maybe that you shouldn't trust. Highly interesting there. All right, so let's see what else we have here. I could be asking you to forgive somebody as well, because that can be forgive somebody. It can be somebody who was kind of dark here, romantically involved with you or with your children, right? Maybe somebody you have children with. It can be asking you to forgive them because that can be hindering you if you don't. All right. Yeah, definitely. All right. So yeah, and so let's see what else I may have here for you. Yeah, things can be mended for you, Cancer, if you just kind of do that. Yeah, and so um and so let's see. I also have we talked about Venus entering into your fifth house. We sure did. And also, Venus entering Scorpio, Cancer, if you're a gambler or you're into sports, or whatever your creative endeavors are, Venus can help you out here, though. It really can, because Venus is a protectant. It is the second benefic under, the great benefic Jupiter. But, Venus wants the best for us, right? It represents the divine feminine, and that's right. And so it rules our abundance. So, as it rules and our self-worth here, right? And so as it rules, moves into the fifth house, you could maybe make more money here. Scorpio is a money house as well. Yeah, very interesting that there you might make more money in the month of there's something you probably have to let go of here, Chiron, or be able to see. You at least see it, and and kind of, yeah, you might here. Yeah, and so here we have Black Moon Lilith in your sixth house of work, health and wellness. This is the health of anything, the health of your daily life, just whatever. But this is also your daily routines, like your lifestyle. And here we have, this Lilith, which is your shadow, making a trine to Chiron. It's kind of like, here's the troublemaker over here a little bit, your shadow, right? Which maybe, you're not able to see. That's why it's called the shadow. Move out of that. Confront it and move out of it, because it's usually something we're angry about, or something that may have happened to us possibly, but this wants complete freedom and to do what it wants here for itself. And so, but the shadow can keep you trapped, so you can't do what you want for yourself. And here is the trine to Chiron, and Chiron is between your 10th and your 11th houses, right? It's in the sign of stability and well-being. So this trine is going to be making it easier for you to move on from that, for sure it is. All right. Yeah, and also to leave an old version of yourself behind. That's really what this is about. Leave this old philosophy about yourself, right? Yeah, and move into your higher purpose. Sagittarius rules both. Is the your growth and expansion, your higher purpose, and your philosophy, your beliefs. This is helping you to leave behind an old version of yourself that is not serving your well-being and your stability here in Taurus. And then as Chiron enters this Aries, it's not serving your career or the authority and ambition you wield over your own life, all right? So, but Lilith is there helping out. Yeah, it's got a Lilith, I don't know, had a lobotomy or something, right? So, yeah, it's a very good thing. So you're able to see something about your shadow there, right? Mm-hmm. Um, yeah, and so yeah, and so we talk about Mars here. Yeah, Mars is the ruler of the transit when Venus as Venus enters as Venus enters Scorpio, and Mars rules your 10th house of career. So this is also connected, yeah, what I was just kind of talking about, because Chiron will move back into Mars ruled Taurus. So everything I said is kind of being, kind of reiterated here, but Mars is also, yeah, Mars is ruling that fifth house. So if somebody has been lying to you or in a relationship manipulating, move on from it. That's really what that's saying. Yeah. All right. So, and Mars is going to move on into Leo on the 27th, which would be really good for you, as it's going to help you take charge of your personal priorities, what's important to you. Yeah. And to act with courage and personal authenticity. All right. So thank you so much, Cancer, for joining me here. The full moon video will be I have the new moon video coming out for Virgo on the, coming out soon. That will be on the 10th, and the full moon video on Aries, right? Aries rules your 10th house of career. You may want to really see that, yeah. And right, Mars rules your 10th house of career. That's what the full moon will be in that. And it will have to do with also your creative, your self-expression, your confidence, because Mars is also, and your romantic relationships and things, because Mars is also ruling that fifth house. All right, so thank you so much for joining me here. And if you want a reading with me, check out the description box below. I really appreciate you guys. Hit that little bell and you'll be able to, you'll get my upload of my next reading. I have a reading coming out if you'd like to see it, coming out in a day or two. It's a natal chart reading where you can see for yourself how helpful these readings are. So thank you so much, you guys, for joining me here. Your own reading, your own natal chart interpretation. All right. Thanks so much. Hi, this is for Leo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. And so, Leo, the Sun entered practical and discerning Virgo. Yeah, and so it's in practical and discerning Virgo, right? In your second house of self-worth. This is your house of values, personal priorities, resources, kind of inner resources, right? And also finances, right? And so Mercury, the ruler of Virgo, excuse me, is also there. So let me move this back here to, more closer to the beginning of the month, all right? And so yeah, until the 10th, and then Mercury will move into Libra, into, social and charming Libra, where it will be at 29 degrees. Very interesting here. So let's move forward here just a little bit, and we can see where it sits at 29 degrees of Virgo on the 9th. So the next day it moves into your third house of thinking. Now, Mercury has everything to do with our thinking. It rules that third house. But Leo, as it is in your second house, you're thinking about your well-being. You might be thinking about your work and your money. Virgo represents work. This can be possibly about your health, but this looks like has to do with your well-being, definitely, whatever that means to you, right? Mercury also rules your 11th house of future aspirations, so that could definitely be on your mind, Leo, right? Um, and so this is asking you though, on the 9th, the day before, the day before Mercury enters Libra, excuse me, it's asking you to analyze something that is related to your well-being or your finances, even maybe even make a decision. And the new moon and on the 10th will help bring clarity to that. I'll have a separate video on that for sure. And Mercury is ruling, and Mercury will enter into social and balanced Libra the same day as the new moon and the day that Venus enters Scorpio. Yeah, all there together. Yeah, that's how that's going to work. Let's see what else I have here for you, Leo. Mm-hmm. And that will move into your house of thinking. Yeah, Mercury, I was talking about that. So when Mercury enters your third house on the 10th, we'll put this ahead here. We see Mercury at 0 degrees. We see Venus here, the planet of love and money and well-being, right? In this fourth house of home and family, right? But let's talk about Mercury first, because Mercury is really important, right? Mercury is making a trine to Mercury ruled Uranus because, right? Because it's in Gemini, right? The real ruler of Uranus is Aquarius. But when it's in Gemini, it has to kind of abide to Gemini, right? So, this is also making that trine to your 11th house. This is future aspirations, social connections, friends and like-minded people, groups. It can be social media. This is the house of hopes and wishes and gains from the 10th house over here, right? And so Mercury is here in your third house of thinking, basically giving you many ideas to move ahead for sure. Wow. In fact, the day of the new moon can give you a lot of ideas here because Mercury now is the same day will be in your third house of thinking. And that's your house. The third house is skills, ideas, goals, plans. So here you are to making a trine to that 11th house of the future. It does require change because Uranus is rules innovation, independence, and change. So you're going to have to go with the flow. You're a mutable, actually, you're a fixed sign. I beg your pardon, Leo. Yeah, hope I didn't call you Gemini for a quick second. But yeah, you're a fixed sign. Um, but yeah, and so, interesting there. So Uranus is ruling your seventh house of relationships. And Mercury will be in Libra. You may have some ideas on kind of about a relationship you want, or how to make it better, or how to move it forward. That's right. Maybe you want maybe you want commitment. We have Mercury making in your third house in Libra, the sign of relationships. Mercury is, here making a trine to Pluto in your seventh house of relationships. So there's some type of major transformation that is going on there. You might have a new relationship, a relationship may end. It depends here, but you are embracing some type of a change here. You are interesting there. Mm-hmm. Wow. All right. So, um, yeah. And Mercury will be in this. This is not just thinking, Leo. This is right. This is your house of thinking, learning. This is also, I was talking about plans and goals and things like that, but it's also your house of siblings, whatever is familiar, kind of things you do all this. You take the same way to, to the coffee shop or wherever, and, things like that. But it's also siblings and neighbors, anything that's really familiar, short trips. So it's possible that you want to take short trip after the 10th. You may be taking some, maybe taking short trips, right? It is the end of the summer in September, so at least here in the Western Hemisphere, it's a good time to get out on the road, right? That's a possibility. But a short trip may be able to help you clarify or help you understand something, Leo, that could be related to your partnerships, both personal and business, or any future aspirations, as Mercury is ruling that 11th house, right? Yeah, very interesting there. And Uranus is really over here, ruling your seventh house of relationships. This seventh house that Uranus rules, where the trine is going to transformative Pluto, that's also, the house of opponents, the house of people and situations that don't agree with you, legal matters, justice, and also how you create harmony and balance in your life, clients, and business and clients and one-on-ones. That's that house as well. Um, Yeah, interesting there. And Venus, let's talk about Venus though, because Venus moves into, it's right here, already at 0 degrees in Scorpio, into your house of home and family, emotional needs, and the past. Venus is going to help you understand matters that deal with your emotional needs, family matters, relationships, excuse me, your well-being as well, and also as it relates to family, it can be your money and also the money you share or earn with others. So that Venus and Scorpio too, this is also can be about your relationships as well as they relate to your well-being and your emotional needs. All right. Mars is the ruler here of your fourth house, and Mars is actually in your 12th house of endings and release. You could be seeing something here about somebody because Venus is actually in detriment here in Mercury, and because it is it rules the Libra, the opposite sign of Aries, and Aries, Mars is the ruler of Aries, but it so happens it rules Mercury as well. So it's not comfortable here, Venus. You could be finding out about, I don't know, secret relationships or maybe people lies and secrets like that, because Venus is also Mars is ruling this fourth house rather, of well-being, emotional needs, and family. But it's also in your 12th house of endings. And on the day of the new moon, there will be a perfect sextile with the moon will be at 19 and Mars, excuse me, will be at 19. This is giving you an opportunity, Leo, to leave something behind and move forward and do something better or do something new, basically the new moon. And it is in your house of well-being and money. So maybe this has to do with your money. You could learn how to you could learn new ways. I mean, Virgo is ruled by Mercury, learning, um, right? But you could, learn new ways that are maybe more efficient, that could be helping you to make more money. That's right. And this is Mars is here also in Cancer. It doesn't like really being in Cancer as well. No, it doesn't really like it there because Cancer is protective and nurturing, and Mars is not concerned with that. So here we see this sextile, but there's something here. You have like an opportunity here to either deal to possibly there's just something going on there where you are trusting your intuition, or you should. Venus is ruling your third as well. And Venus has a lot to do with this here. Um, yeah, it does, because Mercury, it will be in Venus, not in Venus, but in Libra. On the 10th, it moves into Libra, right? The same day as this new moon. And Mercury is, you know, Mercury started out the month with a sextile, started out the month when it was in Virgo, with a sextile to Mars in your 12th house of endings, giving you some type of opportunity to surrender or release something. But here, when we have Venus is moving into is moving into Scorpio down here. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, we have the sextile to the south node in your sign, Leo. This is also helping you move away from limiting relationships, or it can be people who kind of bring you down, or people that don't support your growth, or people who kind of limit you. It can be just something about the past as well, that you are moving away from, or there's an opportunity for you to do that. It is in your fourth house of emotional needs and family. It can be about people who are, family members, but it can be about relationships here. You could also, be moving away from possibly yourself, moving away from some type of a secret relationship that you no longer want anything to do with. Yeah, you could uncover it. It's in Scorpio's very intuitive here. Since Mars is ruling your ninth house of growth and expansion, where Venus moves into in Scorpio, this opportunity helps you move more toward your higher purpose. This is expansion and wisdom. So you're acting with wisdom. You are when Venus enters that fourth house in Scorpio. Mhm. Yeah, and as you release something over here, or you surrender, because Mars rules this and it is in your 12th house. Also, I was talking about this a little bit earlier, getting a sextile from the sun and the moon to, I think I hit on this, the sun and the moon to Mars in the 12th. Yeah, the culmination or the revelations that can come with the full moon are, sorry, these whatever you want here, I beg your pardon, whatever you want here with the new moon on the 10th, right? That happens on the 10th is is an opportunity, but you have to there will be an opportunity for something new for you, or to transition into something new, but you've got to surrender something over here. Yeah, interesting. And Mars is making the square. It rules your ninth house, making the square to Saturn, really. And Saturn is retrograde. Saturn, it can be the stern teacher. But that house of growth and expansion that is ruled by Mars, and Mars, Aries, is the sign of the self. This is telling you to do something independent for yourself, something for you that will bring you growth and expansion, help you to reach, move into your higher self. It can talk about your beliefs. That's the ninth house, right? Your beliefs, your philosophy. And it can also talk about your integrity. You're moving somewhere better as you're able to see something down here in that fourth house. Yeah, with exactly with Scorpio, Venus in Scorpio as well. Yeah, very interesting there. All right, hmm so let's move on now. Yeah, we talked about Venus there, um, and Mars. Yeah, and so we also have a trine to the North Node. Where is the North Node? It is over here in Aquarius. Uh, Here it is. Beg your pardon. So, we have the trine with Venus and the North Node there. So this is, these are your angular houses, Leo. Very important. This is home and family, your emotional needs, and this is your relationships, one-on-one harmony in your life. Can be business sometimes, especially as it relates to clients. But excuse me, the trine is here, and this is definitely helping you. It can be helping you to. This is helping you move to your higher purpose, This is helping you step toward what you really want. That's really what that is. This is a protectant down here, Venus. It's also helping you see something here, and it can be an opportunity. It definitely can be. It is in future oriented Aquarius, but and this Venus can speak of your money, your love, your it's in this house of emotional needs. So there has something to do with that emotional well-being. But this trine is making it easier for you to move towards your higher purpose. It sure is, and move into the future because of the sign that it's in, right? So this is Uranus, Saturn and Uranus ruling this. Saturn's in your ninth house of growth and expansion, and we've already seen, uh, yeah, we've seen the square from Mars, which is ruling this Saturn. So yeah, there's something going on definitely here in the month of September that is good for you, but asking you to release something and kind of move on from something for sure. Interesting, we have a full moon too, and so we always have a full moon, but the full moon will be in the sign of Aries, which is important because of everything that we spoke about here, right? Mars rules your ninth house of growth and expansion. So whatever happens with the full moon, there is going to be something that will help you expand. I believe that. All right. Could be a revelation. Like as I said, Venus in the fourth house, Venus, especially in Scorpio, right, can help you see something, right? And Venus rules your third house of thinking and intelligence. So there's something that you're understanding in the month of September that helps you move forward. All right. And that's really kind of really what this is trying to do that with Virgo is refining. It's trying to bring us help us improve our life in some way, right? And if it means us understanding something, then that's fine, then right? And it does rule Mercury, the planet of intelligence, which includes understanding, of course. All right. And where we have Saturn, right? Because we had that Mars the Mars square to Saturn here. Saturn rules the seventh house of relationships, clients, and business. Also, your sixth house of work. So there can be something really good going on for you as Mercury, especially after the 10th. Mercury rolls into or enters your third house of thinking. And remember, Mercury does have to do, and the third house especially, Mercury will be in its own house as after it has moved out of its own sign, Virgo. It will be in its own uh, house here, and the third house. So this can be ideas of how to bring also more harmony and balance into your life. It can be how to bring more clients into your life, because Saturn, where we had the square here from Mars, is which will be ruling that full moon on the 26th, is Saturn is Saturn is under Aries, right? Mars. But Saturn itself is ruling your sixth house of work. So there's something you're leaving behind here that may have to do with your work, your money. It's just going to depend, Leo, but it does look really good for you. It does. I mean, you have Jupiter already in your sign, and this is protecting you all year. This is the great benefic, right? It's either protecting you and expanding what you're doing that is good for you, or it is actually hindering you if you are doing something. It's just bringing more of what you're doing. So if you're doing the wrong thing, trust your heart, Leo. That is, you rule the heart, right? Leo rules the heart, and also being authentic, right? And that's what the sun is about as well. Whereas, yeah, the sun's right here in Virgo. Actually, we're showing the new moon, the date of the new moon, the day. And so we have Jupiter in your sign. We're coming out of, and in the beginning of September, we come out of the full moon of the eclipse of Pisces, which rules your eighth house of transformation, but also Jupiter is ruling Pisces and Sagittarius, your fifth house of creative pursuits and your courage and confidence, romantic love as well. Jupiter's here protecting you. All right, so we're coming out of the eclipse, and now Jupiter is making a trine to Saturn here. We're seeing it on the same day as the new moon. There is a perfect day for that with the perfect Trine. It's not that important, though, the exact date of the trine. No, it's not really. Let me see if I have it here, though. Um, yeah. Well, I don't really see it here offhand. I don't want to look for it, right? But here we have it right here. The exact date doesn't really matter. Jupiter's at 15 and Saturn is at 13. So yeah, it's a little so it is still in a very close trine here. Excuse me, you guys. It's 13 degrees where Saturn is. Also Saturn is retrograde right now in your ninth house of growth and expansion. You might be kind of reflecting on how I can grow and expand over the next maybe over the next 4 months because Saturn will be retrograde that long. And here was Mars making that square to Saturn. It's asking you to get kind of serious about where you're going or how you can grow and expand in your life and your higher purpose and what's really meaningful to you, that square. Mars is ruling this house, and Mars is the one making the square to Saturn in Mars ruled Aries. So we can see the connection right there. That may be part of what the new moon is trying to bring you. I'll have a whole separate video on that, Leo. Yeah, that's going to be benefiting you. Jupiter will be benefiting you all year until July of, I think it's early July of next year. hmm and Venus, Leo, we talked a little bit about Venus, but it is making a sextile to Black Moon Lilith, and that is in Sagittarius, in philosophical and growth-oriented Sagittarius. And this is your shadow, right? We all have one, right? And but the shadow is something that we can't always see because it is a shadow aspect of us. But this is an opportunity for you to let something go that likely has to do with this is the fourth between the fourth and the fifth house with like your own well-being, your emotional needs, and your relationship. There's something here where you can move away from. It likely has to do with love and how it affects your well-being. If you have been, I don't know, I don't know, like fearful of getting into a relationship, I highly doubt that, but or because people have lied, a possibility. When Venus makes the sextile here, Venus is in Scorpio. Things can be hidden in Scorpio. There can be secrets and lies and manipulation. And here's the shadow over here in the fifth house of romance. So this can be, give you a sort of freedom as well if you are able to kind of see that opportunity to kind of move away from something that has to do with your shadow. It can be, Lilith is also related to the freedom that we really want because we're kind of angry or we don't feel like we have the power over something. And that is associated with shadow, right? With our shadow. That's a shadow aspect, it sure is. All right. Yeah, it's also this opportunity, Leo, is going to help you shine, and that's a very Leo word, right? The sun rules the fifth house. That is your house. It can be about relationships that kind of block your true self-expression or hinder your freedom, as I said, or your full ability to shine. You can move away from that, right? Your philosophy about love, about yourself and love can change. Your beliefs on a particular belief about children or matters of children may likely change. These can be adult children as well. If there's any guilt involved, please just leave it at the door, Leo, right? This is where it belongs, right? Close the door, right? You can see yourself doing it, and it really helps. It really does, right? That is part of healing to kind of paint these pictures, right, of healing, not the ugly things really, but more so the healing and the possibilities, right? Yeah, and if anybody's trying to guilt you for your talents or your self-expression or something like that, right? Just let them go as well. Or even for enjoying yourself, you're going to want to move away from those, and there's an opportunity to do that. The new moon, we talked about the new moon a little bit, will shine. I just mentioned it, I believe, but the new moon's on the 10th, and it's right here. I have it on the wheel. But the new moon in your second house will help you shine the light on matters of personal values and priorities, self-worth, also matters of money and work, because it is in the sign of work. It can also have you kind of, maybe focusing on your health and your wellness, because Virgo rules the sixth house of health, all right? Just as your overall being as well, all right? So thank you so much, Leo, for joining me. If you liked my video, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit that little bell and be notified of my next upload. If you want a reading with me, in 2 words, very helpful, all right, which really kind of turns into very empowering. Yeah, it really does. So thank you so much, Leo. And now I'm going to move on to Virgo. And let me put Virgo on the ascendant. And I'm going to turn an air conditioner on. So please give me a second here because it's getting terribly hot in here. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so let's do this. So Virgo, the new moon is for you on the 10th, but the sun is in your sign until the 23rd. Excuse me. And the sun shines on you when it's in your sign. It does. The sun is life, right? It grows our food. We get vitamin D. We can't live without sun. No, we can't. Right? So it's good for you too. It is to be outside in the sun. I don't mean all day in the blistering sun, but it is good for your well-being and your mindset. Yeah, it is. So here we have the sun with the moon. Let's move this back though, away from the new moon because we're not there yet, right? And so the sun is in that first house. This could be the most, and your natal Mercury is there as well. This could be the most important month to you, Virgo, because it's in your sign, Mercury, until the day of your new moon on the 10th, right? And so the sun is conjoined with Mercury, that's what I was saying here, but it's emphasizing what's important to you, your understanding of yourself, and what motivates you. Definitely, the first house is what motivates you. And Mercury and Mars, the planet of action, there's a sextile there. So let's look at that. I might have to move this back to maybe here it is. And here's the sextile to your 11th house of the future. There's something you want for yourself because Mars is sitting in that 11th, in that house of the future. And there's an opportunity for you to get it. That's right. So it may be something emotional. It is in nurturing and protective Cancer. It could be something related to your emotional needs for sure, right? Or your family. That's a possibility. But that sextile is going to help you. And that moon, Mars here is ruling your 8th house of transformation. So whatever you want, and in your 11th house of the future, whatever you want is going to be very transformative if you so step into it. All right. And on the 1st, we have the moon. Your Mercury is making a trine to the moon here that I'm noticing right now in your 9th house of growth and expansion. It's also in Taurus. Taurus is your senses. It's grounding, right? It's practical. Taurus has to do with our well-being, our money, our self-worth. And so here is Taurus, our stability, just like the bull, right? I mean, sometimes it can be, Taurians can be a little stubborn, but that has little to do with this really. Not so much, right? But we have Mercury making that trine to the moon in Taurus and in that 9th house. So there's an opportunity or there's an ease on the day, on the 1st of the month. Very interesting, where both the sun and Mercury in your sign trines the moon. So there's some type of like, and this is your house of opportunities, growth and expansion. There's something here that is flowy for you. You're able to trust your instincts. Yeah, and you should, about something important to you. Definitely about something that can be about your higher purpose or what's very meaningful to you. That's the 9th house, Virgo. And so we have Venus ruling that, and Venus is in your 2nd house at the beginning of the month in Libra, in its own very powerful Libra, in your 2nd house. And the 2nd house is the house of Venus. Yeah, when we talk about houses, when we talk about signs, it's Taurus or Libra. And so here we have Venus here, very powerful in your 2nd house. And for sure, yes, and there is an opportunity. I forgot to mention this, Virgo, but this Mercury sextile to back to Venus in a minute, Virgo, but this Mercury sextile to Mars, there's courage here. That's why this is such a great opportunity when we have Mercury and Mars in a sextile in your house of the future. And there's a big change. As I said, Mars is ruling that eighth house of transformation. So getting back to Venus, Venus here is in your second house, in the sign of relationships and harmony and balance, right? Balanced Libra in your house of well-being, opposing your eighth house of intimate relationships, transformation, shared monies. This is shared finances and shared wealth, right? And so the money, other people's money, our spouse, people who pay us commissions, 401ks, inheritances, all that is there. It's a big, wide umbrella. It's a money house. This is also a money house. Venus is a money sign. Okay, so Venus is ruling also your ninth house of growth and expansion. You want some type of a change that will either that has to do with a relationship or or you're being asked to kind of make an adjustment, Virgo, with the opposition. But it's to your house of transformation and emotional bonds. It looks like you want to change here. And that's what Mars is doing over here in your 11th house of the future. It may have to do with relationships. It might have to do with money. Venus rules money, right? It's just not only relationships, not only love, and it rules our well-being and self-worth. So right now you have some courage here. I mean, you probably have it all year. I don't know. I don't know you personally, right? I don't know what you're dealing with is the real thing, right? But Mars in the 11th is courage. Yes, it is. Yeah, Mars is squaring this, and also Mars is squaring Saturn. Saturn's retrograde in your eighth house of transformation. Saturn is ruling your fifth house of romance and your sixth house of your lifestyle. You likely in reflection over the next so and so months here, because this is happening during your birthday season, and we see the sextile from your own Mercury and the Sun. Wow, right? To courageous Mercury, not Mercury, but Mars, which is making that square to your house of change and transformation. You want something new for sure, you do. All right. So you could be in reflection about that. You might be. It's also in the very motivating sign of Aries. All right. And Mars rules your third house of thinking. So here we go with your ideas, your plans and goals. It looks like you're making a new plan, Virgo, or you are definitely uh, maybe setting a goal, but planning something, definitely analyzing something, right? Mars is ruling that third house, and also it rules this eighth house of transformation. Very interesting there, I have to say. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Mars in that 11th house, it may have to do with family or the past, right? Usually what we're thinking about has a little bit to do with the past, but yeah, and we talked about the Mars rulerships, right? And Saturn is you may be in reflection because Saturn has to do with as it rules your fifth house of romance and children, matters of children, and your sixth house of your lifestyle. Yeah, your routines and your daily routines and how you live your life basically. Saturn is ruling those, but it's in this eighth house of transformation. It's in retrograde until December. So maybe, I'm not sure if you're going to be in reflection until December, but Saturn does talk about, what you've achieved so far. Do I want the same thing now going toward the future, into the long term? Do I really want that? Because it has to do with status and legacy. So it's also career, but do I really want that? Yeah. And so right here, it doesn't look like you want the same status that you're in at all. Whether that's a marriage or a career or just, yeah, and it's ruling the sixth house of work. So very interesting for you, Virgo, for sure. And Mercury makes let me see here. I want to see here. Yeah, and also there could be something about, after the 10th, we have, let's move this forward because Mercury moves into your second house on the day of the new moon into Libra, into well-balanced Libra. This is what you're kind of seeking as it was here. It rules your new moon. Mercury is the ruler of the new moon on the 10th. But as here is the new moon here, as it enters Libra, your second house of well-being, that's what's on your mind, right? Um, that's right. And so and then we have Venus moving into Scorpio on the 10th as well, the same day as your new moon. Venus is your relationships, Venus is your love, it's your money. Hopefully I didn't talk, I don't think I've mentioned too much of this Venus yet, right? Because you're my sixth sign, Virgo, all right? And so yeah, it's okay. So here you are, and here's Venus rather in your third house of thinking about your relationships, your money, and that Venus is ruling your ninth house of growth and expansion. I might have mentioned this, but it is also ruling the second house where it has just left. So of well-being, of your money, and what you value. It seems like what you're valuing is not what you value now may not be the same thing. Venus is making a sextile to the south node in your 12th house of endings and release. There's an opportunity to let something go here that may have you worried or may have been limiting your growth as your growth and expansion. It may be just something familiar that you're like, I don't want this anymore. I want this to be part of the past. So you may, there's an opportunity for you to do that. There sure is. Um, yeah, so we talked about Mars as well. Mercury makes a quincunx to Saturn as well, in your eighth house, which is retrograde. Saturn's retrograde. This is why it's having a lot of us think about, what we've achieved so far and kind of what we want to leave behind, right? And our status, but this is about our authority over our own life. And that has to do with status as well, doesn't it? Not just career. So here we have Mercury making that quincunx. I didn't write the date down here, but in your eighth house, which is retrograde. So yeah, it is sometime after this, and we can see the opposition. We can see it becoming, here it is already. So a little bit toward the middle of the month, we see Mercury. This is an opposition rather, but that's okay. It's very close to the quincunx. They're both asking you to do something here. And it's a little challenging in your eighth house of transformation. It's asking you to look at what you've achieved so far, and is it supporting your well-being? Maybe your money, maybe your career, but is it supporting your well-being right here? And, do I think, is my well-being, do I have the same values about what brings me well-being? What brings me stability? And because that Mercury is in Libra, in that second house of well-being and stability, all right, self-worth, and yeah, that house right there. So you're definitely trying to, because Mercury is our decisions, Virgo. So during Mercury season, you're going to be discerning, right? Like you should, because you rule discernment. Yeah. And your own sign, especially at the beginning, then you have the Mercury full moon. I mean, not full moon, new moon. It's the Virgo new moon, but in essence, it's a Mercury new moon, right? I mean, uh, it's not really Gemini's entirely, but it is in a way because you both share Mercury. So for Geminis, we'll feel the new moon as well. Yes, they will. All right. Even though it's more yours, Virgo. Okay. So yeah, so I'm on your side. I'm just teasing, right? Yeah. So yeah, that opposition there, very interesting there. Yes, let's see what else I have here. And this, interesting where Venus, now let's talk about Venus now. Venus moves into your third house of early childhood. There's something about your early childhood that because Venus is in detriment here. It doesn't like being in Scorpio because Scorpio is the ruler is Mars, It's the opposite ruler of Venus and Mars, or they're opposites, right? When we talk about Aries and Libra. So it's detriment there. Venus is detriment in Scorpio. Yes, it is. So, but here, this is your house, Virgo, of thoughts and, intelligence, your curiosity, your plans and goals, your decisions, what you're thinking about. And you're likely thinking about love, you is right, or relationships here. Um, and because Scorpio can be about emotional bonds, but you could be, this is your house of early childhood, and Venus is making a quincunx. It's actually, it is, I'll use the most obvious one here, or the most kind of major one. It is squaring Pluto in your sixth house of your lifestyle in future oriented Aquarius. This is like you want to make a decision about your future, most likely, and it can have to do with love, or you're at the very least analyzing your relationships, analyzing your well-being, your lifestyle, your life in general. Doesn't have to be lifestyle. Just your life and what you do, you live your life every day. Excuse me, guys. You likely want that. You just look like you're looking at change. Okay, Virgo, that's it. It's making that square to Pluto. And the square asks you to do something, right? Yeah, and it does have to do with the future. Very interesting here. Pluto is ruling this third house as well, as Mars does. Pluto's the modern day ruler. So yes, wow. You feel kind of there's something, again, it can be about work. This is the sixth house of work, but it can just be about your everyday life, everyday experience, that something that you don't like or that you want to change. Yeah, and that has to do with something has to do with your well-being and your relationships. All right. It may have to do with your money. That's a possibility. Scorpio is a money sign, and this eighth house, we have, Venus. Venus is making that opposition. It's to Vesta. It's also to, it's kind of a loose opposition to Vesta, but it is definitely opposing Chiron in your ninth house of growth and expansion, asking you to move behind some type of wound. And Venus rules your second house. This is childhood over here. These first three houses can all be childhood. So there could be some conditioning or some wound that you kind of experience. It's asking you to leave it behind, and you will be better off in your relationships, your own well-being, your own stability, your self-worth. That's what that's asking you to do. Very interesting. And that will support your growth if you let it go. Yeah, if you do something about it, make some type of an adjustment. Yeah, Chiron is usually a wound that we carry, that we use for self-sabotage, even though we might not know it. Most of us don't know it, right? Chiron will move back into this hidden house where we don't understand things, right? And if we do, it's because of our intuition or our ability to, sometimes things are made available to us at any time in our life, depending on our chart, really. But this is a hidden house. It's also a house of lies, emotional bonds, lies and secrets, manipulation, crises, endings, transformation. But Chiron will move back there. So, maybe you will be able to see on the 17th of the month, Virgo, which is the next day. There it is. You're going to be able to see here, the opposition is still there. You're likely able to see something about possibly your childhood. I don't know where Chiron is in your own chart, right? I'm not looking at your chart, but you're going to be able to see something. And, Aries is the kid. Aries rules the first house of the child, right? So, in the zodiac, so this can definitely be about your childhood. And this third house is childhood. So there's something here that I feel like that you are asked to leave behind that's like hindering your own motivation or your courage, right? And Chiron's, going to be moving into the sign of Aries. Aries rules courage and drive. All right. So interesting for you, Virgo. I do have to say that Venus sextiles Black Moon Lilith in your fourth house. Okay, when is that? That is, like, okay, let's see here. Uh, That's right here. So that is going to be a sextile, and that should be later in the month. Yeah. So here's Venus already making that sextile. It's at 5 degrees. Just not showing it for whatever reason. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't want to show that. Okay, but there is a sextile here because the sextile is a 60-degree configuration, and we have 55 degrees here. There's, a little bit of an orb, but that's okay. And that sextile is to your 5th house of romantic love. That's an opportunity for you to move away from a shadow aspect of yourself that's likely hindering you in your romantic relationships, possibly about your childhood. But the opportunity will be there to help you move away from that, to see it. The shadow is there so we can see it, address it, and move into the light, right? That's what the shadow is there for. So interesting about when you're a kid, shadows are like they're kind of fascinating, right? They are. And I wish people could see, if we could see shadows, as we get older, becoming adults, the shadow within, right? We'd be so much better off. Yeah. Yeah, Venus is ruling your 9th house of growth and expansion. I feel like I talked about that as well. So this is definitely, there's something about September that's going to help you grow, Virgo. You have to have courage, and you could be seeing something about your early childhood, because that has kind of left you feeling guilty about, I don't know, about somebody, about a relationship, or about the dynamic that you have in relationships, because Black Moon Lilith, especially in the 5th house of self-identity and self-expression, can be guilt. So Venus makes that sextile to it, and here we can see, I'm just not sure why they're not showing it, but that's okay, because maybe they don't like the orb, but a 5-degree orb and a sextile is fine. But my point about this is that here, excuse me, we're showing the 20th here, and Lilith is making a square to the sun in your sign. The sun is at 28 degrees, and now it's at 29. And so that sun on the 21st of the month, before the sun enters Libra, is asking you to, it will still be there when the sun, no, it won't, not in your sign, but the square will still be there. You see, we can see it here. But that, yeah, and interesting, that will be moving into Libra, love. And in your first sign of the self, the square is asking you to leave behind some type of something that could be guilting you. So you're not acting with your true expression. Like, you're not doing something that you really want to do. You're not creating something you want to do. This is the house of the heart. You're not living from the heart authentically. All right, Virgo? Saturn is ruling that 5th house of authenticity, and it's in your 8th house of transformation. September asks you for change, Virgo. And it's highly fascinating how this is. Yeah. And it's also boosting your ability to grow and expand, but you have to be open to change. Uranus is in Mercury. Mercury rules your 10th house of status and career. Your status could be changing. Maybe you don't want the same career. When Uranus is entered back in, I think it was May, when it, or maybe June, when Uranus had entered. It's at 5 degrees. I don't recall when it actually entered here, but that's okay. It's there now, right? And so Uranus is independence, change, and innovation. It's in that 10th house of career and status. This is the house of your public image, how you show yourself to your reputation, or your public image. Like, am I married? Am I divorced? Do I still work for this particular company? Am I still the president over here? Am I still, working as a personal trainer instead of this psychologist that I want to be, or whatever? That can be status, right? Retirement, promotion. But this here, it's in that house. It's asking you, that has made that house for you a little unstable. Yeah, Uranus brings instability because it wants to bring change. And what does change create? It creates a little bit of chaos or instability. Only keeping things the same creates stability in a way. It can be a false stability. Things are the same, there's no growth, there's no progress, but that's not what Uranus wants. And it is making a sextile to to the South Node in Leo in your 12th house. Leo rules your self-expression and romantic love. asking you to move on from something, asking you to move away from whatever limits you. At the same time, the sun is trining Uranus, making it easy for you to step into some type of change that has to do with your status and what you've achieved so far, your legacy. All right, Uranus makes that trine to here on the 21st to Pluto and the moon. The moon will be in future-oriented Aquarius, and Pluto is about the future. Why do I say that? It has to do with transformation. It's about major change. So this month, you're going to really be kind of feeling that you want to move, that you want some type of major change. Yeah, very interesting here. And, it can also be Virgo, as I say this, though, it's possible, when we see Venus ruling your second house of well-being and the sign of, of balanced and social, this is also about relationships and love, right? Excuse me. Libra rules the seventh house of partnerships and relationships, but Venus rules love, and it's in this Scorpio here. And money, it's in Scorpio. There could be secrets here. It's possible you might want somebody here or something that is like forbidden or secretive. That's a possibility here. You have the quincunx from Uranus asking you to do something here. That's what the quincunxes do. They ask you to do something. Yeah. And Mars, Mars is ruling this Venus here where it sits. It rules your house of transformation and profound change. Some type of change here for you, Virgo. All right. So I'm going to end this for you. Thank you so much for joining me here. And if you liked my, my content, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the little bell to be notified of my next upload. If you want a reading with me, 4 words: highly helpful, highly empowering. All right. So let me move on. I am also going to post a reading, a natal chart reading for somebody, and that will be posted in the next day or two. Okay. So, and I'm recording this today. Well, you're not going to see this until I upload it, right? Around the same time I upload this reading, this video. Thank you so much, Virgo. And I'm going to go to Libra right now. And here you are, Libra. Okay. So let's move on over here. And Libra, the sun is in Virgo, and that is in your 12th house of endings and release. Now, when I say that, it's also the 12th house of surrender to the divine. That's what that means. It doesn't mean surrender because the cops are at the door, right? No, it doesn't mean that. I'm sure you're aware, right? So it's in that 12th house. This is the 12th house of intuition, compassion. There's creativity there. There's healing. This is also the house of self-undoing and addictions, vices, hospitals, all the things that we want to be away from. It's a house of confinement. Therefore, it represents meditation and alone time. And Mercury does rule analysis. So, September may be at least the first 3 months while Mercury moves into Libra on the 10th, at least until the 10th. But we're going to have the new moon in your 12th house. You could be in reflection. Even if you're out and about, possibly, you could still be, something can definitely be on your mind, Libra, right? And so Mercury is the ruler of the sun, right? In at least until it moves into your house, your sign on the 23rd. Mercury also rules your 9th house of growth and expansion. So that could be, wisdom, higher purpose, education. Maybe you feel like you have to learn something and move on from something else. That could be the case there. All right. Yeah. And so, yeah, and that, where Mercury sits right now and the sun and the new moon on the 10th, which I'll have a separate video, that could be where you really grow spiritually, big time. All right, you could. Yeah. And so let me see what Mercury's doing here. So yeah, and so around the first of the month, we have the sextile here with Mars, right? And so it actually happens at the end of August, and we can see it here. But let's move into September because, yeah. And so, yeah. And so we have it on the 1st. We can see it right here. And Mars is in your 10th house of career, but this is your house of status. It's also the house where you wield authority over your own life. It's kind of like, hey, it's not Mars, like, like Aries, I want to do something new, really, but it is about, the maturity, and what you want for yourself for the long term, like your legacy, right? It also has to do with disciplined, learning lessons and, discipline and maturity, right? But therefore, it rules status and achievement as well. So here we have Mercury making the sextile to Mars, and yeah, the planet of action in your house of career. This is also how you show yourself to the world. And there's an opposition for you, Libra, for you to stand in your own. There's an opportunity, rather, with this sextile. Sorry. There's an opportunity for you to stand in your own agency, right? Your own authority, and perhaps do something new with your career. Or it's possible you're just kind of standing in your own power. That could be the case because, Mars is power, right? It rules Aries and powerful Scorpio. It wants something new. It has courage and drive. Mars rules your 7th house of relationships. It's possible you can take a relationship to the next level, where there is maybe mutual respect, possibly, and uh, maybe not so much respect, but where there is maybe more nurturing as well, because it's in nurturing and protective Cancer. This could be about your family as well. But the opportunity there is for you to stand somewhat in your power here, understanding that something needs to end at the same time, or that you need to surrender to something. So Mars is here ruling the 7th house of relationships, but this is your house of harmony and balance. This is the house of like arguments with people or opponents, people that don't agree with us. It's the house of forgiveness. Maybe you want to forgive somebody here as well, right? Saturn is retrograde in Aries, in Mars ruled Aries, and it also rules Scorpio, Mars, your 2nd house of well-being. So whatever opportunity you're given around the first of the month is going to be to, help your increase or support your well-being. It can be about your money as well. That's a possibility because this is about achievement here. This 7th house I'll talk about business and clients as well. And also, where Mars rules, it rules Scorpio. Scorpio in the 2nd house, they're both about money. The Scorpio is about shared money, maybe with a partner or a husband or wife, but it's about any type of money, other people's money, inheritance, just wealth and things like that. But this has to do with the 2nd house of money you earn on the 2nd house of your own money and your well-being. So this is a very much the 2nd house for you has a lot to do with money, especially as you share it with other people. Highly interesting there, I have to say that. So whatever your opportunity is, it has to do with those themes I was talking about. Yeah, Mars wants to act. You might want to learn new skills because of, Mercury it's in its discerning Virgo, which rules work. The flip side of this is that you might just want to learn new skills here. It doesn't have to be, and that supports your career. It doesn't have to be so deep as what I'm saying here, right? It can be very simple. Yeah, and so you might be learning new skills, or there's an opportunity for you to kind of boost your status here, maybe at work. That could be the case, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. And that same day, we have Mercury, the planet of thinking, trining your 8th house of money, shared monies, emotional bonds. And this is also in the sign of Taurus, which rules money and well-being as well. So, this trine, that's on the 1st of the month. There's something for you here for you that will improve your money, hopefully it could be your career. Um, or your relationships, but you're seeing something that has to go. You definitely see that. And we also see it with the quincunx with Saturn, right? We see that here um, in your house of relationships. Yeah. So it could be, your marriage, whatever, or business. But yeah, so there's something going on there. All right. So let's see what else I have for you. And Mercury is ruling your ninth house of growth and expansion. I think I said that. And here we have Uranus, and where is right here? So let's go ahead and let's see when that Mars happens with Uranus. Mars is uh aspecting Uranus. It is. Let me see if I have it noted here. Mhm. Well, Mercury is trining Mercury itself is trining on the 13th. We'll move to the 13th. So this is past the new moon. We have the new moon in Virgo. Everything is, everything has to, this month for you, those first 3 weeks does have to do with some type of surrender here. It's also about something that you're going to see, Libra, because that's a hidden house. And also, yeah, it's a hidden house. That's right. So here we have Mercury on the 13th. We'll move there. We have Mercury in your sign on the 13th. It enters your sign on the 10th, the same day as the new moon, and it is trining Uranus in Gemini, in Mercury ruled Gemini. So here you are, and there's an opportunity or there's a flow, there's some type of ease for you to grow or expand something, or for you to see what's so meaningful for you in your life, for you to see what is so meaningful and then embrace change to receive that higher purpose. That's what's going on here. That's right. All right. Okay, let's see what else I have for you. Yeah, and natal Venus is in your own house, is in your sign until the 10th. Very powerful. It is. So there's a lot here going on for you. It's going to move into Scorpio in the month of September. We'll move back to the 10th where we see your Venus here. This can be, you could be understanding deep themes. Um, Scorpios can be understanding deep psychological themes that relate to your relationship and how it affects your well-being or even your abundance, your financial abundance, right? And this could be like you see it later, or it pops into your head as well. And sometimes Venus here though is be careful for people who, you might see an opportunity here, that a hidden opportunity that helps you with your money. You could definitely be seeing that. Venus is sextiling the South Node in romantic and creative Leo. And this is, giving you an opportunity to move away from something that doesn't make you happy. So you can move into the future with more confidence. Move away from things that limit you. It can be romantic partners, but it can have to do with an aspect, right? Because Venus is ruling your house of transformation, right? So something can really, really change, right? And that's what the North Node is asking you to do as it sits in romantic Leo and also self-expressive Leo. So this is it's almost like you kind of want to, you want like more well-being in your life, probably in your relationships, and you know that, and you see that you can move beyond what limits you, because there's something you understand in the month of September. And we talked about it a little bit with Uranus. Yeah, we did. I think I said that Mercury is making a trine to Uranus in your ninth house of growth and expansion. And Mercury is the star this month until the sun enters your sign. All right. Yeah, it's the big star. Yeah, at least for a while. And then Venus will take over basically, right? Yeah, it's almost like you know what is hidden. This is what you're understanding when your own sign enters Scorpio. It's not comfortable here. So it's possible you're going to understand things that are not comfortable and that you need to move away from here, the South Node with that sextile there, right? At 29 degrees, asking you to move away from something that is limiting you, to move into the future, because that is your house of future aspirations. At the same time, Venus will trine the South Node. It squares the North Node, I beg your pardon, the North Node of higher potential in your fifth house of romantic love. in your fifth house of self-expression, living from the heart, matters of children. Yeah. And so, very interesting. And so we also have it making a square to Pluto. This is pushing for some type of transformation, pushing for change. Also, since Venus is in Aquarius, Scorpio, it's asking you to see, look low, or look beneath the veil, look deep, right? Try to understand deep psychological matters that really affect your life. Definitely. Okay. Yeah, because Venus is ruling your eighth house of transformation as well. And Venus makes an opposition to Chiron. And Chiron is the wounded healer, asking you, the opposition always asks you to make an adjustment, asking you to allow some type of major change. It has to do with your well-being, uh, right? Your well-being, your relationships, even your financial well-being, asking you to do something here, but it's asking you to leave behind your own wound over here, Libra. All right. Everybody has one. And it's in Venus ruled Taurus until the 17th of the month. It's retrograde. So that can be giving you, a lot of time here it will go retrograde on the 17th. That's when it moves back into Aries, the sign of the self. But here's Chiron making a trine to the south node, making it easier for you to leave something behind that has to do with your self-expression or your confidence. I'm pretty sure here. But it is, can be related to romance as well. And of course, whenever we have if the south node is being trined, the north node, because of the mathematical configurations, right? The north node is going to be sextiled and vice versa. And we see Chiron making a sextile to your fifth house of self-authenticity and confidence, self-expression, and romantic love to the north node, right? This is the house of children. Maybe children are going to move because Leo rules children here, and that's where the south node is. So maybe children are going to be moving out of your house, and that could be affecting your status. I was talking a little bit about your status. I believe I was. Saturn is about your status, and it's in retrograde, and what you've achieved so far, but it's in your house of relationships. I think I mentioned this, you're my seventh sign, Libra, so I beg your pardon if I didn't, but Saturn is ruling your fourth house of home and family and your fifth house of children. So children could be moving as well. That's a possibility here during this month. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mercury is what you're thinking about, analyzing, maybe decisions and choices. And it's next to the moon, which could talk about family, your instincts, your feelings, and it is making a trine to your fifth house of children and your fourth house of home and family. So there could be children moving out of your house or maybe moving in. It just depends, right? I just feel like it has a little bit to do with changing your status because this changing your status in some way. Yeah, all right. Let's see what else I may have for you here. There could be something going on legally this month for you, Libra, as well, because we have Saturn in that seventh house. It's been there for you. It is getting a trine, Libra, from Jupiter, and Jupiter wants to protect you. Maybe you can resolve something that is possibly that is judicial or, court related. That is a possibility. The trine is, I believe it's helping you. Jupiter is in this 11th house of the future in Leo, but Jupiter rules your third house of thinking and decisions. Yeah, interesting. And it's ruling your sixth house of work as well, health and wellness and your everyday life. So maybe something can resolve here for you with regard to legal matters. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. In regard to maybe home and family, the Saturn is here and it rules that house and your fifth. All right. So yeah, super interesting. I do have to say there. Yeah, and so we're having we have the new moon on the 10th. I'll have a separate video on that. And then we also have the full moon in Aries. That's your opposite sign, Libra. So that means that the sun will be in your sign on the 26th of the month, opposing the moon. That's what happens in a full moon. It's always the divine feminine kind of fighting or arguing, asking for some type of merging and balance during a full moon, right? And it, can have to do with your relationship. It definitely can, because honestly, that is in the axis of the couple, or Aries is the sole person, and Libra is the other, or the couple can have to do that. Yeah, and it is also, that's exactly right. And so for you, it is in those, um, yeah, it's in that, it's in your the axis of relationships, the self and relationships, and also harmony and balance. So you may be around the, I'll have a separate video on that, but you could be seeking harmony and balance in your life on some level. And it may have to do with family here, because remember, Saturn is here in that seventh house, retrograde, letting you kind of reflect on that. But it's ruling your fourth house of home and family and your fifth house of children. Yeah, I was talking about that as well. Yeah, so there we go. And if there's something challenging you going on with Saturn, like I was saying, right? Natal Venus is protecting you this month. Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah, natal Venus is going to protect you. I do, at least for sure, at least until the 10th. But I believe it's going to protect you. The sun will be in your sign, um, right? The sun will be here, and your Venus ruled. So when the sun is here, Venus is very important, right? That's why your sun sign is, ruled by Venus. So, even up to the end of the month, um, it's going to, at least until, yeah, until the end of the month, until including the new moon in Virgo, but also when the sun enters your sign is my whole thing, because Libra, Venus is in your house until the 9th, in your sign. It moves into Scorpio on the 10th. We see it here. It's protecting your second house. This is the second house of really Taurus, which is Venus ruled in the zodiac. So we can see the connection. And then the sun on the 23rd, the sun will move into your sign. So when the sun moves into your sign, you're going to be protected as well. Yes, you are. So yeah, Venus is protecting you this month. That's how I'm looking at that. All right. So thank you so much, Libra, for joining me here. If you like my video, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the little bell. I'll be back with another video. If you want a reading with me, check out the description box below. Yes, in 3 words, highly helpful and empowering. All right. So let's move on now, and we're going to go to Scorpio. We'll put Scorpio on the ascendant. And here you are, Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising. And yes, and let's go back to the beginning of the month. And here you are. All right, so let's go back to more than that. Let's go to the first. And right away, we see Mercury making a sextile to your natal Mars in your sign of growth and expansion. The sun is in your 11th house of the future. So this is like an important month for you. I feel like it is. Mercury is there as well, and Mercury is in its own Virgo, right? It rules Virgo. That means that it's even more powerful, the new moon that is coming. And this month, in terms of your thoughts of how to move into the future, yeah, your thoughts and your plans, your goals, your decisions, choices, things like that, skills even, right? And we have it making a sextile to Mars in Cancer. So, I would say that you want to do something. It may be family related. It may be something that supports your emotional needs, right? In Cancer, kind of nurturing, self-nurturing, right? But it can be also, you just want to do something that is helping you expand and grow. Yeah, and this is the house of freedom, expansion, growth, wisdom, and higher education. You may want to learn some new skills that can help you move into the future. Virgo does rule work, right? And so, all right. And the sun is in that house of future aspirations. Mars always wants a new aspiration, right? Or, or to keep going, right? Mars wants to conquer, wants to, hey, I can do that. I want that. A little impulsive, but courageous with drive, right? And that's what the world needs is courage, for sure. Um, and so when we have, Mars making, Mercury is actually making that sextile to Mars, but Mercury is in your house here, excuse me, in this conjunction, a loose conjunction with the sun. But Mercury is, it can be telling you something, right? You could be analyzing how to move forward. But it's in this house here of not just the future aspirations, but hopes and wishes and what you hope to gain from the 10th house of career or status, okay, achievement. When I say status, it can be, marriage even, right? Or what you've achieved, your legacy. It can be that. Um, and so this is also your house of friends and like-minded people. All right. And Mercury is, yeah, we talked about it being conjoined with the sun. All right. And yeah, and this is also, where Mars sits, it's also in your house of philosophy and long distance travel and cultures. Maybe there, there could be something going on there. And the moon and the sun, rather, with Mercury, this is your house of social media as well. And Mercury is itself associated with social media. All right. Mars is ruling your sixth house of work. So this could definitely be about work for you, Scorpio. This is your house of health and wellness. Doesn't have to be your physical health, right? That's the most important thing. But it can be, the health of anything, health as such, or the health of anything. It can be the health of your daily life and how it works. Is it working? Is it functioning? Or is it difficult and too many obstacles and things like that? That is the house that Mars rules, and of course your own, right? Your first house of self. All right. Um, yeah. And so, yeah, this is your house of daily affairs, as I was saying, that it rules. All right. This is the house of small pets as well. Mars is squaring Saturn. Now, Saturn is here in Mars ruled Aries, so there's something important. And here we see Mars making a square to Saturn. All right. Saturn rules your achievement. It rules your status. I mentioned this. It rules the 10th house in the zodiac. For you, it is ruling your third house of thinking and your fourth house of home and family and emotional needs. But Saturn is sitting here in Aries and it is being ruled by Mars, getting a square from the ninth house of growth and expansion. It's kind of saying that what it can be saying here is, you want some type of change, or maybe you want a new career that is supporting your daily lifestyle, right? That supports your kind of your health and your well-being and your family, because here we have your emotional needs, because here we have Saturn ruling the third house. Well, it's the third house of early childhood and the way you think, right? Your decisions, your plans, goals, and skills. And that does have to do with the sixth house of work and this fourth house of home and family. All right. So that square from your natal Mars asking you to do something here that can help you grow or expand or help you move toward your higher purpose. It could be telling you to do something that will help you grow and bring you wisdom. That's the ninth house of wisdom. Very interesting. Maybe you want to be, a travel agent as well. That's highly interesting here. Right? That's a possibility. But here we have Saturn. It's retrograde until, I believe, until December. Making that square, Mars, yeah, it's asking you to make some type of judgment call or adjustment. All right. Yeah. And Saturn is ruling your third house of willpower. So Mars has plenty of willpower here. So whatever this adjustment that you need to make, you have the courage to do it. I believe you do. All right. Yeah. Yes. I feel like the new moon on the 10th in Virgo is going to help you, Scorpio. Yes, it is. Right? Let's move to the 10th. Because it's in that 11th house of future aspirations, and also it's in the sign of work and discernment. So that will be really good for you. It's in a great house, I believe. That's how I see that. For you, let's see what else we have. And Venus, we'll talk about Venus now. Venus moves into Scorpio, into your sign on the 10th. That's right. And I have it here at 0 degrees. So before that, Venus is sitting here in your 12th house of endings, asking you to let go of something or to surrender to something, right? Because that's this house. And when I say endings and release, sometimes it just means surrender to something. That's an ending too, right? It's an ending to something else. Now you're surrendering to something newer or better. This is the house of anxiety as well. It is. And self-undoing vices, but it's also the house of spiritual growth and transcendence. So it's kind of the best of the best and the worst of the worst, in my opinion, which is sometimes what people need to wake up, right? The best, the worst of the worst, and the best of the best, right? But this is the house of self-undoing. But here's Venus, and Venus rules your 12th house. So you could be letting go of a relationship. You could be possibly surrendering to a new relationship. That could be the case. And Venus is ruling your 7th house of relationships. Definitely before the new moon. Let's move to September at least here. Sorry about that, you guys. But definitely the new moon is going to bring you some type of, like, you want a new relationship or there's something going on there. Venus will move into your 1st house. But as it sits here and it rules your 7th, that's what's going to happen for you on the 10th. There's going to be something that you want. You could be also seeing, Scorpio, these deep psychological revelations, possibly. That may take until the full moon in Aries, because Mars rules Aries and that's your ruler. And the full moon brings revelations. It brings endings because of that. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's over, right? Or, oh, I don't want that anymore. That could be the case as well. So, Venus moving into your very intuitive, intense, and powerful Scorpio, you are the all-knowing. That's why you are the high priestess in the tarot deck, all right? I did tarot for years. Well, some of you might know me from my channel, Power and Light Tarot, but which is not active right now. No, it's not. But if you need a tarot reading, you can always get one. It shows up. That's listed on my website, or a psychic reading. I'm also a psychic. I've done like about 200 psychic readings through my channel. And so here we have Venus, moving. Venus is about love. It's about our well-being, our self-worth, and our money, and the harmony and balance, right, that we create in our life, the well-being. And so let me grab this, you guys. And so Venus entering into the all-knowing Scorpio, you're going to see things about your relationships that maybe you couldn't see before. You could be, maybe you're going to see things about your well-being that things aren't as well as I thought they were. That can happen when Venus moves into your sign. So we have on the 10th, the day of the new moon, we have Venus sextiling Black Moon Lilith in your house of well-being, letting you see a shadow side of yourself that says, hey, I'm not doing that anymore. Okay, it's kind of like that. Like it could be an opportunity to help you move into the light. That's kind of what that can be. Yeah. Well, that is what that can be, but that's one possibility, right? Instead of that's kind of. So it also squares, Venus squares your own natal Pluto in the 4th house of emotional needs. Something has to end here. It can be family. This could be a family breakup, and it's possible. But there is a deep change here where you're seeing something. It's in your sign. Venus, you're seeing this is the all-knowing. Venus rules your seventh house of relationships, right? So you're going to see something about your relationships. Um, and perhaps family, or at least what supports your emotional being, all right, your emotional needs rather. And here we have Venus making a trine to the north node of higher purpose and free will and destiny. That's what that is in future oriented Scorpio in your fourth house of emotional needs. So this is an ease here for you to move towards your higher self that really supports you, Scorpio. And here's the either ending or transformation here with Pluto, with natal Pluto, okay? And the square to this third house is interesting to Juno. Juno can have to do with who we're loyal to. Like what we are, who in a relationship, what we are devoted, doesn't just have to do with relationships, but what we're devoted to, right? And so you might not be devoted to something else. You could be asked to let something go and release or surrender your loyalty sort of, or move away from people maybe who are not loyal to you. That could be the case because this north node also has to do with people, groups of people, or people who it's just people that you want to aspire toward. You might be thinking here somebody doesn't have any integrity. That could be the case. Yeah, because this Lilith can sometimes have to do with integrity and guilt, resentment in your second house of well-being. And here's Venus. Venus says, I need harmony and balance in my life, and here's the opportunity to get it and to see something, to move out of your shadow, or to just to see something and to move into your light. The opposition to Chiron, Scorpio, is in your seventh house of relationships. This whole month, Scorpio, of you analyzing what you want for your future. That's what Scorpio Virgo season is about, really, for you. It can be about your work, right? You can, and definitely your health and wellness, especially as emotional well-being or just well-being in general. But yeah, but it is you're analyzing, you're discerning and you want something to be better, right? Yeah, you definitely do. So you can learn about secrets as well. When we have Venus making the square to Pluto in your fourth house of in future oriented Aquarius, but this is your fourth house of family. You could find out about family secrets. You might, and that you don't really, uh that maybe is affecting your relationships over here, or your ability to kind of maybe maintain harmony and balance in your life. I feel like you are seeking some type of harmony here in your life, uh, and you feel like you have to do something about it. That could be the case here for you, Scorpio, in the month of yeah, in the month of September, right? Mercury also rules your eighth house of transformation, emotional bonds in Gemini, in thinking Gemini. And that's what you're doing here. And you're thinking here, you're analyzing, because the new moon in Virgo and the month of Virgo will have you analyzing. Everybody really, but yours is about your future. And here is Mercury, the ruler of the new moon and the ruler of the sun, until the sun enters Libra on the 23rd. But this Gemini, or Mercury rather, is ruling your eighth house of transformation. This is your house of emotional bonds, intimacy, also your ability to see things you were not able to see before. It's the psychic or the intuitive or the awakening house as well. But it's a psychological house. It's hidden. And, in the chart, we have three hidden houses. And it's interesting because they are supposed to be hidden until we're able to understand what is being shown to us. So very interesting there. But you might also, and that has to do with Pluto here, where this Venus is making a square here, asking you to do something for your own emotional well-being, like to end something. it looks like, or to regenerate it possibly. And Mercury's ruling that house of regeneration. And this is your house of secrets as well. It's likely you're seeing something in the month of as Mercury, not Mercury, but Venus enters your own sign as well. Yeah, you're most likely seeing something that you did not see before. Yes, and let me see here for a second. I want to look at a little bit about Venus here. Um, yeah, Venus. I just want to see the yeah, Venus is making a trine to that north node here. I talked about that. And Lilith. Yeah, I also talked about that sextile to Lilith. Venus trines Chiron in your seventh house of relationships and harmony and balance in your life and how you create that. All right. So this here, this can be about business and clients, this sometimes, right? This house, it's in Taurus, which rules Venus. Venus is opposing its own sign, right? And in the seventh house, this is your seventh house of relationships. There's a big connection here with relationships, is my whole point. But the opposition is asking you to move away from some type of sensitivity that is not supporting you, right? The Chiron is the wound that we might have gotten in early childhood, but we learned it somewhere, right? And so wherever we learned it, it's a vulnerability or a sensitivity where we may be hindering ourselves or sabotaging, right? Sabotage is it's a serious word, but hindering is sabotaging, right? It's just a nicer word to say it. So, and this Chiron will move back on the 17th to your sixth house of daily practical affairs. So this, and Venus will still be opposing that Chiron. It's asking you, is your life working on a daily basis? And for some reason, you may know it's not, because the sun and the new moon in Virgo is asking you to think about your future because it's in that 11th house of the future. Yeah, so it's really interesting here. It is. I mean, astrology is always very interesting. I do have to say that, right? Yeah. But whatever happens this month with this trine here, you're going to be able to move forward. It's in future oriented Aquarius, the trine from Venus in your sign to the north node. It's also trining on the 19th, trining this part of fortune. That's what they call that. And it's not really about money. It's about what really kind of makes you thrive and can bring you abundance. Abundance is everything. Abundance is, I have my health, I have people who love me, I have money to, take care of all my needs. That's abundance, right? Money, abundance is just not money on its own. You could be laying in a bed really sick, but you have a chunk of money. Who cares, right? Who cares about the money then, right? So, but here, this part of fortune is in your fifth house. It's in intuitive and healing Pisces, right? But the trine is helping you to see really what makes you thrive. It's in your fifth house of self-identity and self-expression. You're living from the heart and your own self-authenticity. It's making a trine there, and it is letting you know what is helping you thrive. And as you reach toward your higher purpose right here with this trine to the north node of higher potential. So basically, and that is in your house of your emotional foundation. This month is going to help you grow stronger. That's what I'm feeling for you. All right. So, Scorpio, thank you so much for joining me here. And I'm going to end this reading here. If you liked my content, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the little bell. You'll be notified of my next upload. If you want a reading with me, check out the description box below. It's all there. My readings are highly helpful. They're helpful. They're useful. They're really helpful. And that is the most important thing, right? Yeah. And so thanks so much for joining me here. Whoops. Hi, Sagittarius. So this is going to be for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising. And Sagittarius, the Sun is in Virgo, of course. It's in your 10th house of career. This is your house of personal authority and ambition over your own life, really. This is long-term goals, your public image and how you show yourself to the world. This can also be your status. It can. And Mercury, the planet of thinking, of course, is the ruler of the sun. Not of course, but is the ruler of the sun. It's in sextile at the beginning of the month. I have the chart right here with you on the ascendant. It's in a sextile with Mars. It's important. And let's look at that right now. Here's Mercury in your 10th house of career, and Mars is in your 8th house of transformation. It really kind of means that you want to do something new. It does. You might have new ideas here. This is the sextile, which is the 60-degree configuration is it's an opportunity. It's a chance for you to do something, especially with intelligent Mercury and especially with Mars, because Mars rules action, right? Mars is the initiator. It's the doer, really. So we have that there, and Mars is in nurturing Cancer. You're right, and protective Cancer. You could be kind of really, reflecting. Cancer always it rules reflection as well because Cancer rules the moon, the fourth house of it's kind of a private house, dreams, and it can rule reflection and things like that. It does rule emotional needs. You may be, you could have new ideas that you're kind of nurturing and protecting. Maybe you're not telling other people. It's a hidden house. You could. And so that's a great house actually for that to be in because honestly, because Mars rules the eighth house in the zodiac in the natural chart, but it's because this is a powerhouse. It's a house where we can transform ourselves, where we can regenerate ourselves. It's also a house of crises. Yeah, it is, but it's a sextile, so we're not looking at it that way. No, if there was a square there, we might be a little, paying more attention to that. But yeah, and that is the house of emotional bonds. It's possible here you could get into a relationship with somebody, you may. Um, and Mercury is, the thinker, right? So Mercury rules your 10th house of career. That's very good. That's, it's kind of about your, at least in this, I'm not sure how it in your natal chart. I'm not really sure your own chart, but here, what we have, with the horoscopes, this is, it can still very much resonate. It can, but here, what we have with the horoscopes here is Virgo, or Mercury rather, rules your seventh house of relationships. That's why I was saying that. So, your house of relationships, this is partnerships, marriage. It's also your house of business, one-on-one and clients, right? It's also where you create harmony and balance in your life, that house, right? Yeah, it has to do with oppositions as well, or opponents, not really opponents, really, or people or situations that don't agree with you, that seventh house. But we're not too concerned about that with this here, really, because this is powerful because Mercury's in its own sign. So you have that sextile. Everybody has it. It's just in a different house, right? And it is important because Mercury's the star. Mercury's the star until Venus comes in, and when the sun enters Libra on the 23rd, right? Yeah, that is a house here where Mars is. You could be thinking of new ways because since Mercury is the thinker, really, you could be thinking of new ways to build wealth. This is a house of wealth, shared joint finances, shared wealth. It can be, yeah, it is also other people's money, and that's a big umbrella. That's where, you could get, a huge contract if you work for yourself. Right? Yeah, a huge contract. Let me plug this laptop in. I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought it was plugged in, but it's not. And there we go. That's also Sagittarius, a house of where you can understand things at a very deep level. So, yeah, you could be kind of understanding things maybe that are hidden from you before, or just not psychologically understood. That's the eighth house. And so now you're completely able to see things that were maybe unavailable to you. This is kind of a fascinating place there. We also have Mars, let's look at what Mars is ruling. Mars rules your 12th house of endings. So, with Mars over here with new beginnings, and yeah, and so you're probably releasing something or maybe surrendering to something, right? This is also a hidden house where Mars rules. It's a very intuitive and psychic house, and Mars is in also another intuitive and psychic house. Yeah, that's right. So, and Mars rules your 12th house of endings and this fifth house of creative ideas. You see, you have some type of ideas here, and creative ideas, right? It could be for your business, or maybe pleasure. It depends. But this is a business house, if you will, the eighth house. Yeah. And so also Mercury up here, you're really thinking about the details is the point, right? This is a kind of a detail analytical month until the 23rd. Yeah, because that's what Virgo likes to do. It's discerning, and it analyzes as well, right? Yeah. All right. So, and you may come to understand things that can lead you to more courage because the fifth house, Mars is ruling your fifth house. Yeah, and so now we have Mercury and it is trining Uranus, the planet of independence. Oh, where are my notes here? Yeah, I need to look at my notes because I don't remember the exact date. Let me look at that here. It's hard to know the dates of all the, numerous transits here. So we have Mercury making the trine to Uranus. That's on the 13th. That will be in Gemini, right? It will be in Mercury ruled Gemini. Yeah, wow. So, on the 13th, let's move this forward. We may move this back and forth just a little bit. Here's the wheel on the 13th. And here is Mercury. By that time, Mercury has moved into Libra about relationships, right? Harmony and balance, business and clients. That's Libra. Libra is, always wants harmony, right? Always wants things to be kind of balanced. um, Libra, it discusses law as well, right? Legal issues, but matters, I should say. But Mercury is here on the 10th. It enters Libra into your 11th house of the future. So here you are once again thinking about your future, Sagittarius, maybe about business and clients as it is in Libra. But this 11th house is ruled by Venus. But, here is Mercury, and it is making that trine. Yeah, they're trying to Uranus. So Uranus can be brainstorming. It can be, new ideas that just come like with a flash, sometimes a flash of intuition, but it's kind of ingenuity as well, right? You could, and this can be it could be about your business. It's in thinking Gemini, analytic, curious, and we can call Gemini very analytical because Gemini, even though, kind of Virgo holds that title, a Gemini is, rules the third house of plans and goals, thinking, communication, ideas, skills, things like that, right? So, and business, yeah, the third house does have to do with business. So, of course, when we talk about goals, right? And Mercury is trining Uranus. So, yeah, that can boost your career. It can. Your personal agency as well, your personal authority over your own life. You might realize you want to get married. It is in the seventh house of relationships and marriage or any type of partnerships, but marriage as well. You might realize that, Sagittarius. The way you think about your relationships, your partnerships, it can be changing. Any type of partnership, the 11th house is the house of friends, but this can be friends too. That seventh house, your friend is your partner, right? To a certain degree, right? You have a relationship with your partner, don't you? Yeah, you do. I mean, with your friend, it doesn't have to be very deep, but those are relationships, right? When we relate to other people, of course. So, this could be about friends. You could be also thinking just differently about your friendships. You might be doing that here. Yeah, and this that can change. Uranus indicates change. It indicates innovation as well. All right. So, yeah, yeah, and this can happen with the Virgo new moon. That's happening on the 10th, right? This can all be a part of it, right? Let's move the wheel back to the 10th just so you can have a look at The new moon, I just think it's so cool when we have the sun and the moon together because they're working. It's almost like the mother and the father are working together. The sun can be seen as the father, the moon, the mother. This is divine feminine and divine masculine together. It's your intuition and your, what you want to create. We can see it like that as well. There's many ways to see this, but they're together, they're aligned so there's something new for you career-wise on the 10th. All right, there's something new for you career-wise, or you have some new, or you could be transitioning. This can also be where you just take more authority over your own life. The details about your career, you're analyzing you could be analyzing long-term goals. That's the house of long-term goals. And excuse me. But getting back to Uranus, where we saw some type of brainstorming, it can be, yeah, some type of brainstorming regarding career or, there could be some insights, intuitive insights as well for you um, on the 13th. But Uranus here is ruling your second house of well-being and money, right? This is your house of resources, values, and self-worth and money here, and your third house of ideas, your third house of thinking. This is the house of Gemini in the zodiac. Your house of thinking, plans and goals, what you want to read and learn about, or things like that. It's a house of podcasting. It's a communicator, right? That's one, and willpower. So I feel like there's a lot of willpower for you in the month of September. That's very good, Sagittarius. We all need willpower. We do. Although psychology says that willpower or mindset is the most important. And that's where I would argue that neuralistic programming can, just kind of bump astrology, not astrology, but psychology aside, right? Yeah, exactly. Psychology aside, yeah, because NLP, which we do through which is done through hypnosis, and we do this in the past life readings too. But that neuralistic programming, it flips a little switch in your brain, and that's all you need. You don't need to go for years to therapy, right? Yeah, that for me that's ridiculoso. Yeah, it is. And who wants to pay for all that, right? But yeah, we were talking about, I don't know how we got into that, but yeah, very interesting there with Saturn ruling this third house. And your second house, Sagittarius, is in Capricorn, the sign of achievement and career and authority and maturity over your own life, your long-term goals, and it's in the house of well-being, self-worth, and money. So career is important to you, Sagittarius. It sure is, right? And then we have Mercury ruling, not Mercury, Saturn again ruling your third house of ideas. And that's where the North Node is right now. Yeah, that is very nice. It sure is, right? In your third house of this can be ideas for you, Sagittarius, that can really help you reach your true potential. That's what the North Node in the third house can mean, goals and things like that, right? Yeah, and that is future oriented Aquarius. Yeah, that's what's so cool about Aquarius. There's actually a hotel in Laughlin in Nevada. It's on the border of Arizona, California, and Nevada, I believe. Geographically, of course, but there's a hotel there named Aquarius. I thought that was kind of cool. All right, so now we also have Black Moon Lilith is in your sign, Sagittarius. It does move into Capricorn, and let's move the wheel a little bit, and that is around the 14th, 15th, right? Depending where you're at in the world. But here it is at 29 degrees for the first 13 days, right? In your sign, it's been there a long time. It's at 29 degrees, asking you to let something go that has to do with your shadow, right? And your shadow sometimes is like your wounds, but sometimes it's like what you're angry about in your life or what you don't want to be controlled by. That's Lilith, right? If we know the story of Lilith, yeah, she felt like she was being controlled. So she was, if I, remember the story right. So we have Black Moon Lilith, and it's in a square with Neptune in your fifth house of self-expression, in your fifth house of self-expression, self-identity. This is where you shine. Where is Neptune's here, and we can see Lilith making the square, right? And so, yeah, and so this is your house of talents. This is also about your personal authenticity. If you're really willing to be true to yourself, right? Especially when it relates to romance or your personal authenticity, just being yourself, being true to yourself, what you want to create for yourself, your talents. Are you really being who you are? That is that house, right? Um, yeah, it's also matters of children and fun and entertainment, exercise. This is the house of living from the heart. We see, Lilith making a square to Neptune. Neptune rules Pisces, so does Neptune is ruling your fourth, so does Jupiter, but Neptune is ruling your fourth house of emotions, emotional needs. So what that square is saying, Sagittarius, is it's asking you, it's encouraging you, it could be compelling you to like drop something, like, see something about your shadow, your weakness, maybe something you're holding on to, but just see something about your shadow side, move into the light, which is where you live your best life, never in the shadow, and be true to yourself, who you are, because it's to that house. And it is a square to Neptune. So it's saying, you know what, don't let your shadow, something about your shadow side hold you back. Go for your dreams. Yeah, really go for your dreams here. All right. Yeah. That's a good thing. Yeah. All right. So let's see what else we have. It's almost like don't let your shadow trick you, because Neptune, it can be naive, right? Neptune is fog, and it describes uncertainty and confusion because of that nebulosity, if that's a real word, but because of the clouds, kind of the nebulousness, if you will, because that's Pisces, and Pisces rules the water and the mist and all that, right? Yeah. All right. And the square, yeah, we talked about that, right? It also says let go of your doubts and your fears, all right? Yeah. Neptune, yeah, Neptune is in the sign of the self, Sagittarius. So come on. This is encouraging you to drop your guard. And it has to do with your emotional. Remember, Neptune rules this fourth house. It has to do with your emotional needs, right? Your emotional foundation. This is like stop, it can a little bit stop being nervous about stop being nervous and live your life. Go live your life fully. Yeah, and and it depends too where your moon is in your own chart, right? Yeah, and what sign it's in as well. So that's interesting. But yeah, I mean, that is, even without seeing your moon there, that is what that is saying, right? Your own moon, your moon in your own natal chart, right? This moon over here is not in for every Sagittarius, is not in Libra in the 11th house, all right? Not for everybody, okay? It's not for me, and I'm a Sag, all right? So I'm just explaining the difference between the astrology here and your own natal chart, right? Um, yeah, and so yeah, that's in very, um, and it can be, it's interesting about that because Neptune is retrograde. Yeah, and yeah, but all right, so let's see what else I have for you here. Yeah, Black Moon Lilith too, and it's also this is asking you to drop an old version of yourself. That's what I was saying about drop the doubts and the fears and just live your life. That's some old version that you're kind of operating through there. That's what it's saying, right? Maybe you don't do it all the time or about everything. Of course not, right? But about something, definitely. All right. Okay, so yeah, the square wants you to trust in those dreams. Yeah, I said that. Now, Lilith is sextiling the north node of higher potential and free will and destiny. Excuse me. In future-oriented Aquarius. Let's look at that. And we have it here. We have the trine to the south node, and the whenever something is aspecting one node, it's always aspecting the other because they're on a 90-degree uh, um, a 180, 180 degree, excuse me, 100, it's 180 degree, axis. Sorry, you guys. Yeah. And so, Yeah, and so we have that there going on. We have Black Moon, Lilith, and sextiling this North Node in Aquarius. Aquarius is future oriented. It's in your third house of thinking, your ideas, right? And it can be pressuring you to do it because here's, it can be pressuring you to do what I was talking about because Lilith is at 29 degrees and, excuse me, the North Node is at 29 degrees. They're both compelling you to do something, right? It's an anaretic degree, like this is your last chance, kind of. It doesn't have to be that serious, right? It's your last chance, Sagittarius, right? But it's kind of it's supporting that, right? Or it is like implying that or suggesting that in a way on a smaller level, I would say. But here we have that, and the sextile is an opportunity for you to step into your higher potential when you leave something behind, when you confront your shadow, Sagittarius, whatever it is, right? And it's in your own sign, so with Lilith in your own sign, it can mean that it has to do with your philosophy a little bit, or some type of freedom that you are seeking, possibly like to a fault, right? I mean, I know that I'm a Sag, and sometimes, yeah, I need my freedom to sometimes to a fault. It's because with Lilith there, you might be afraid something is going to take away your freedom. Yeah, that's a possibility there. All right. And this is in your third house of thinking, plans, and goals. Yeah, so communication, willpower, and so it's in a good place, all right? And then the trine to the south node, this is making it easier for you to drop whatever is limiting you. It's in creative and romantic Leo, self-expressive Leo. We talked a little bit about, about the fifth house. This is the ninth house of growth and expansion, but it's in that creative Leo where your creative pursuits may sit. They're in the fifth, but still it's in the sign of Leo. So this is encouraging you, making it easy. The trine is supportive because they're in the same element, a fire element. So it's supporting you and, encouraging you to, making it a little easier for you to drop things that are limiting you. All right, Sagittarius. Um, yeah, that are limiting your growth and expansion even. OMG, right? Yeah, that's not a good thing. All right. Yeah. All right. So, but the trine is helping you do that for sure it is. That's your house of wisdom and your philosophy as well. Some things are likely to change for you, Sagittarius. Uh, for sure. Yes, they are. Um, Especially as you see that opportunities are being offered to you because Jupiter is there in Leo, in your ninth house of growth and expansion. So that's supporting you, supporting your house. It's really your house, the ninth house in the zodiac. It's very much supporting you there. Your creative endeavors in Leo, education possibly. You might want to learn something in the next year that will really help you grow and expand. That sounds good to me. I mean, I was thinking about, taking a course myself. Yeah. All right. So Venus enters Scorpio on the 10th. And where is good old Venus here? Let's go back to the 10th. She's not really good old Venus. She's more like beautiful and I don't know, ambitious Venus, right? Because she represents the second house of well-being and money and the seventh house of relationships, right? Yeah. And beauty and harmony. So there we go, right? So here we have Venus, and it enters Scorpio into your 12th house on the 10th. It's the same day that Mercury enters Libra and the day of the new moon in Virgo, right? Now, we have we have Venus here. It's at 0 degrees, making a sextile to the south node in your ninth house of growth and expansion, right? Now, Venus is moving into Scorpio. It can say a lot of things there. It really can, right? But that's your 12th house of endings and release. It could be asking you to release fears about relationships, release fears about, yeah, about getting intimate with somebody. It can. You can be saying, what? Because Mercury, not Mercury, but Scorpio rules intimacy. It rules the eighth house of emotional intimacy. Scorpio rules intensity and passion in that way. So you could be, and so that sextile here to the south node of what limits you, that's what's happening when Venus moves into into Scorpio for you. It's like you're no longer afraid of either a relationship or getting very, maybe getting into a very deep relationship. That could definitely be, like I was saying. Um, yeah, wow. And so, yeah, let's see what else I might have here for you too. Yeah, and this is asking you to trust in your intuition. The 12th house is the house of intuition. It is spiritual growth. And that has to do with the trine to the North Node. This can be spiritual growth when we have Venus trining the North Node from the 12th house, especially in intuitive Scorpio. Yeah, so this is why Sagittarians are gurus, kind of, or astrologers and mystics and things like that. Because Scorpio, Pluto, and Mars as well. Scorpio is your 12th house, right? This is for a sun sign in Sagittarius, but Scorpio rules your 12th house. Um, and Pluto has to do with transformation and intuition. And so, and the 12th house is a place. In the zodiac, it is ruled by Pisces, right? So that is a very mystical place. No wonder, right? Yeah, no wonder. No wonder I'm here doing astrology, right? Yeah, even if this is my sun here, right? Sagittarius is my sun. So, yeah, that's why Sagittarians like these things as well. Yeah, it's interesting if you talk to a Sagittarian that knows nothing about astrology and you just mention a few things and go, "Oh, that's interesting." Well, yeah, because of your chart, basically, because of, where things are placed, right? Yeah. Um, And Jupiter in Leo is guiding you and supporting you. It sure is. We talked about that a little bit. And And Venus entering Scorpio, you're likely to gain a much deeper understanding of how you show up in relationships. I mentioned that, but this is, you are. And also about love and money, especially shared money with people, Sagittarius. It's like you maybe, on some level, you're kind of afraid to, I don't know, get into a relationship with somebody with money, or maybe you want to keep your money separate from your partner, something like that. This can encourage you to uh, maybe share, like together, more sharing, right? It's a possibility. Mars is ruling that house, and Mars is in your eighth house of transformation, shared money and emotional bonds. So there we go on that, right? Yeah, there we go on that. So that is, supporting here what I'm saying, right? And you may be also Sagittarius, since we have Mars ruling your 12th, it's in a money house. You might be able to gain more understanding of how to build wealth for yourself as this Mercury moves into Scorpio there. Yeah, that's highly interesting, right? Mars is ruling your fifth house of creative endeavors, courage, confidence, self-expression, things like that. It just looks to me like um, yeah, like you're going to be, yeah, doing, moving into a better place. Excuse me. And Venus here, excuse me, guys, Venus here is ruling your 11th house of the future. It also rules your sixth house of work. So it looks really good. It really does. The month of September for you. Um, Yeah, and why wouldn't it? Because we have Virgo, the sun and the moon, we have the sun in Virgo, we have the new moon in Virgo, ruling your 10th house of career and the authority you wield over your own life, right? Yeah. All right, so let's see what else I have here for you here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that Venus entering Scorpio can wake you up, Sagittarius. Yeah, I was saying that, yeah, you could also understand that you maybe have been putting your intensity or your focus, your emphasis, that's Scorpio, possibly the intensity there, on the wrong things, possibly, or in the wrong place. That's a possibility. Because as Venus enters Scorpio, your 12th house, it will ask you most likely to release something or to surrender to something, all right? Yeah, and so, um, yeah, it can show up. It can also show you where maybe you've been a little naive and believing things about yourself or romance or your talents that just aren't true. All right. Yeah, and the stern teacher, Saturn is the stern teacher, really. It's retrograde, and Saturn rules your second. It's retrograde right now in your house of self-expression, your house of confidence. self-confidence, really the fifth house, and also your house of being authentic, living with your heart and your talents. All right. That's also a house of romance. So Saturn is retrograde there. And the stern teacher, yeah, and it is in that house for you. What else was I going to say there, though? Yeah, Saturn's retrograde in there. You could be kind of until December, maybe, really kind of reflecting on your talents and what you want to create for yourself, right? That is that house. Also maybe about, enjoying your life, but it can be about career and how you take control of your life, career-wise or for the long term, right? Yeah, and so and it is in your fifth house is ruled by Mars, which is courage and drive. So that's a good thing for you, right? You could be changing your perspective as well, right? So we also have Venus, um, not Venus, yeah, Venus is sextiling Pluto. Let's have a look at that. And it's not sextiling, it is squaring Pluto. Yeah, it does sextile Pluto though. Venus later in the month. Let's see where I have that here. Um, where is Venus here? What? Okay, well I don't really have it here. I did, but it's kind of moved away, Sagittarius. I don't know why that is, but let me look here just briefly, quickly here. Um, Okay, let's see if we can have Venus. Venus is making yeah, here it's squaring actually. I don't know. I think I wrote a sextile here. Okay, that's just a little Freudian. So it is squaring, like I said. So I mean, right? So here is Venus making the square to Pluto. It's in your third house of ideas, Sagittarius. And this is your third house of thinking, all right? So it's asking you to think differently. It's asking you to step into your power. That's right. Surrender to something here, think a little bit differently about your plans and goals. That's what it's asking you to do, and you will be able to transform something more in your favor, right? Here's the North Node of higher potential too, where Venus trines that North Node. Okay, so yeah, all right. So now we have, um, mhm. And Mercury enters Libra, and I didn't talk too much about that, right? We talked about Venus here, but Mercury enters your 11th house of the future. So I kind of hit on this, but this is your ideas for the future. This is your plans and goals for the future, right? Mercury's ruling your 10th house of career, and it moves into your 11th house of gains on the same day as the new moon, gains from the 10th house. So, yeah, wow. And so Venus is ruling that house and Venus rules your sixth house of work. So a lot of ideas for you, Sagittarius, for your work, for your career, or for the long term. It can be as well, right? Your future aspirations. You might, also you might you might make some new friends here after it's a possibility. Mercury moves into your 11th house of friends. You may be analyzing those people. Yeah, it's a possibility. Are they worthy of being my friends? Sagittarius is a little bit, we want friends that have integrity, people that, yeah, we don't want friends who don't mean us well or people who are just not kind of aspiring sort of, yeah, to wisdom, right? Like worldly integrity sort of. That's what's important to us. So and you can tell here because the Venus is ruling your 11th house, so you like people who are harmonious, people who kind of that you can have a harmonious friendship with, right? Yeah, you don't like anybody kind of being mean to you. Nobody does, but I would say for you, Sagittarius, it's a little bit more important. Yeah, and so we have uh, hmm And so that's also your house of like-minded people, people you might want to collaborate with. It's also social media. So this is what I mean about Mercury entering your 11th house of social media. This is your ideas. If you're a podcaster, you're a YouTuber, you're on Instagram, whatever it is, but it is ideas there. And yeah, all right. Yeah, and these ideas are going to give you more kind of are going to help you move forward and be more open-minded. That's what's going on there. All right, Sagittarius. So, yeah, I hope you enjoyed this. If you have Sagittarius, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit that little bell. You'll be notified of my next upload. And yeah, if you want a reading with me, very helpful, very, very useful, very helpful, right? And that's the most important word. For me, it is. I had this roommate one time, and she mentioned some. She goes, "Well, that's not helpful," and she was right, right? Yeah, we were talking about something, right? So, yeah. So thanks so much for joining me here. If you want that reading, check out the description box below. Make a comment. It's really helpful for helping my channel grow. All right. So I'll see you in the next one, Sagittarius, and we're going to move to Capricorn now. All right, Capricorn. And all right, let's see what we have for you. So the sun is in discerning Virgo. This is going to be for Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising. And here it is, right? As we can see. Let me move the wheel back for you, Capricorn, keeping you on the ascendant if you want to, if you're able to see the chart and if you like that. All right, so the sun is in discerning Virgo. It's in your ninth house of growth and expansion, higher purpose, education, and wisdom. So this is also long distance travel. So you might be thinking about, since Mercury rules your thoughts, you might be really your plans and your goals and things like that, and also your skills. So you might be thinking of traveling, but you might be thinking of educating yourself on some level. It could be a workshop, a course. It doesn't have to be, at the university level. No, any kind of learning, right, is definitely. But here, yeah, that's most likely what your thoughts are. You could really be thinking about what can help you expand, right? For sure. Um, yeah, and so Mercury also is, since it's the ruler of the sun in Virgo, this is making this month, yeah, very discerning and analytical. It doesn't necessarily have to be about the ninth house. No, it doesn't. We also have Mercury ruling your sixth house of work, Capricorn. Yeah, and there is interesting here. There's a natural, from your rulership, Mercury's ruling that over here, and this ninth house. There is. Oh no, I was going to say there's no. There's kind of a quincunx there, right? A natural kind of quincunx, yeah. But yeah, this can be definitely about your work as we move forward into, as you move into September, right? Yeah, and so Mercury will enter Venus-ruled Libra on the 10th. So let's move here and let's go to the 10th though. And here it is. So before we talk more um, about Mercury, right? Sorry, Mercury enters Libra on the 10th. That's right. I beg your pardon. It's Venus that enters Scorpio on the 10th. Got a little confused there. Mercury's, excuse me, moving from your ninth house of growth and expansion into your house of career the same day of the new moon into your house of career. This is your house of long-term goals. So when I say career, it can be about your status, like retirement or promotion, right? Any status, marriage, divorced. I'm now a mystic, and I used to be an engineer, or just that type of thing, right? So, but it's moving there. It's also the authority and ambition that you wield over your own life. All right, it can be your public image, right, and how you show yourself to other people. And also Mercury on the first, we're going to flip this back to the first, because it is important because we enter the month with the ruler of the moon, right, of the new moon and the ruler of the sun. And we have Mercury here making a sextile to Mars. Mars is action, right? It's in your seventh house of partnerships, marriage. This is your seventh house of how you create harmony and balance in your life, right? Which is very important. It's your house of clients and one-on-ones, business as well. So maybe you may have opportunities. Mars wants to do something here in your seventh house. It's in your house. It's in your sign of family, though, family and emotional needs. So yeah, it could be, related to that. But that, excuse me, that sextile, the sextile right there can be giving you ideas of how to grow, doing something new possibly and how to expand, to help you expand That's exactly right. And so, very interesting there. And remember, Mercury rules the sixth house of work. So now let's talk about Venus, though, as not Venus, but Mercury moving into your 10th. And that will be in your house of career, which is ruled by Venus. Venus is ruling your fifth house of talents, your fifth house of self-authenticity. What you might be doing also in the month of September, Capricorn, is just doing something that's good for you, something that supports your well-being, your emotional well-being, something that's true to your heart. You may be doing that. You could be, right? That may be retirement. That could. It just depends here because this is the house of career and, also retirement, as I said, status. But also, this is, your thoughts are about, your thoughts look like they're about career, and Venus is ruling your house of, very being true to your heart, but your talents. So that could be on your mind here, definitely, and maybe how you can use your talents for your work because Mercury is ruling that house, right? Yeah, and so Venus, let's see what else we have here. You are discerning this month about these matters, though. That's definitely a given, right? Um, mm-hmm. And let's see what else I have about what I have here about Venus, right? Yeah. But let's see if I have anything more for you. I do. I have on the 14th, we have Mercury, about Mercury. And why do I keep reiterating it? Because it rules the sun this month, right? Until Mercury rules, not Mercury, but the sun enters Libra on the 23rd. So on the 14th, and we'll move a couple days later here, we have Mercury. It is opposing your natal Saturn. Okay, that's important, right? Saturn's important here. It sure is. And here's Mercury making that opposition. Yeah, what is the opposition? It wants us to do something to merge and to bring some sort of balance into place. It may have to do with your career. So, because Saturn rules career, rules the authority you have over your own life, your discipline, hard work, the lessons we learn, our maturity, our boundaries, even. You might be creating boundaries with your family. That could be, it's in the fourth house of home and family, emotional needs. This is the house also of where you live, right? But that opposition here is definitely asking you to think and do something or adjust, make some type of an adjustment, and that may be about those career themes, right? Or the status that we were talking about. And it's in motivated Aries. So there's definitely something going on here um, with something that you want to do, right? Yeah, that you want, or that you feel like you might need to do, or just to, it can just be a small adjustment. It doesn't have to be anything that major, right? Yeah, Mercury also makes a trine to Uranus, and let's look at the date on that as well. It's really hard to remember all these dates, I can tell you. And that is on the 13th. So that's the day before. So we can see it right here. And here is Mercury making the trine to Uranus. So Uranus represents independence, innovation, sometimes unexpected change, instability because of the change element, right? And so it's in that sixth house of work. This is your house of health and wellness, though, Capricorn. So when I say that, health as such, and the health of anything, the health of how your life is running on a daily basis, possibly, and that trine is allowing you to embrace change, or go or flow with it to improve something. There may be some type of new ideas for you that has to do with work and career or your status, as I was saying, right? Uranus is rules Aquarius, and this is in your second house of money, self-worth, and well-being. This is your house of values and stability and your personal priorities. So it rules that. And of course, yeah, it rules Aquarius right here. So Saturn, your ruler, is also ruling that second house, said Capricorn. So there's something going on here for you, though, uh, that is future oriented, that you're thinking about, that may have to do with work or just your lifestyle in general. That's the sixth house of your lifestyle, what you do on a daily basis, whether or not you're retired, or you work part-time, or maybe you're married to a rich man and you don't do one thing, right? It's possible, right? I'm just saying when we talk about our lifestyles, right? Um, yeah. And so, yeah, we didn't talk about Venus though. No, we didn't. And Venus enters Scorpio on the 10th or the 11th, and here it is showing up on the 11th, but that is according to 11:55 a.m. on the 10th, right? So it could be, for some people it might be in on the 10th or the 11th for, another somebody else in another part of the world. Venus is here moving into Scorpio, and so, Venus is in detriment in Scorpio. Yeah, it does not like that. It's entering into your 11th house of the future. This is your 11th house of friends and social connections. You might be seeing that certain friends it's a possibility that not kind of cracked up to what you thought they were. That could be happening here as Venus sextiles the south node, which is kind of giving you an opportunity to move away from things or people maybe who limit you in some way. It's also sextiling the eighth house is Leo, ruled by the sun here, but this Venus sits in Scorpio. Scorpio is the natural ruler of this eighth house. What that means is that this Venus is in a hidden sign, or a sign sometimes, it's a sign of power, intuition, shared money, and wealth. Yeah, a lot of Scorpios have money, but it depends on the chart, of course. But that's what it rules as an archetype, and it is sextiling the same house, although yours is in Leo, right? So there's something about you're seeing that somebody's been lying or something like that. Or you could just really kind of move away from people maybe who are close to you that kind of lie to you. Maybe they're just heavy. They could just be heavy. It's a heavy house where people are overly intense, possibly, and there's an opportunity for you to kind of just move away from them because you feel like they're limiting you. They could be people in your family, they could be people from the past. Very interesting there, definitely. All right. And so that's what's going on there. You might also, this is your house of friendship. Maybe you have kind of a friendship that also it develops into a love relationship, right? An intimate relationship that can definitely be happening for you in September. You could move into a relationship with somebody who is like a secret as well. You definitely could. You could be also moving away from that, depending because of this Venus sextile as well. All right. Mm-hmm. And so Venus is the planet of love, money, and well-being, right? Entering that powerful and intense Scorpio. And Venus is ruling Capricorn. Venus rules your fifth house of self-expression. This is how you react, how you act, basically, how you express yourself, self-identity, how you see yourself, basically, or, how you show yourself to the world in a way, not the same way as the house of career up here. This is about being true to your heart, this fifth house, and your talents. It's also romance and children. And Venus is making an opposition to that house for Chiron. Chiron is still in Taurus until I believe the 17th. It goes back into Aries, but it's in Venus ruled. Venus is opposing Chiron in Venus ruled Taurus. This is your fifth house, I said. So this opposition, though, is asking you to kind of leave something that's hindering you, that you may have been allowing to hinder your talents, hinder your self-expression, or even kind of hindering you in your relationships, possibly in romance. It's asking you to, and you may be doing that right here with Venus sextiling the South Node. And what I mean by doing that is just, don't let something from the past or some type of sensitivity or vulnerability that you're walking around with, like, hinder your relationships or hinder who you are, right? Chiron is the wounded healer. It can be a wound that we carry often from the past. Everything is really from the past. Everything that we have is usually from an experience. Although interesting, Chiron, right? When we look at the chart, you go, well, I didn't have a past when I was born, but Chiron can talk about a past life that you had, and it has not healed yet. Yeah, that's fascinating. So, and that is what we talk about in, or what we kind of delve into in a past life reading, right? You can let go of wounds that you haven't been able to leave in a past life. So that can be going on here. Taurus does rule stability and self-worth. So yeah, it's asking you to let go. And it's kind of, but you have an opportunity to do that as Venus trines the north node of higher potential and free will and destiny. You have that here, right? It could be also, you could be seeing you need to hang around with new people. You really could be seeing that, Capricorn, and I think I mentioned that coming in, but that North Node is in future-oriented Aquarius, but that's in your house of well-being, values, and stability. You could also get into a relationship with somebody who has money. Just saying, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, that trine is supporting your self-confidence, Capricorn, your personal power, your agency. Um, and Venus rules your 10th house of career, which is very beautiful, right? And we probably talked about that a little bit, because, well, not really about Venus, but we talked about how Mercury, was in Venus ruled Libra, but Venus is ruling your 10th and it rules your 5th down here. So these are both houses of, we can say they're both houses of kind of confidence. This has to do with the authority over your own life, and this has to do with you living from the heart. Okay, so it's asking you to drop something, but it's kind of making it easy over here, Capricorn. It definitely is. All right. Um, yeah, let's see what else I have here for you. Yeah, and so Capricorn, we also have Venus sextiling Black Moon Lilith and Sagittarius in your 12th house. It's still asking you to move, it's asking you to move away from some philosophy of self-sacrifice, possibly, or self-undoing, or giving away your power, giving over your power and energy to fears, illusions, and perhaps old resentments. All right. So this in your ninth house, the sun and the moon both in your ninth house, because we have the new moon in Virgo, right, on the 10th. I'll have a separate video on that. But this month will be a month of growth and expansion for you, Capricorn, even if it is inward. It may have to do with career or status, but it definitely is about the authority you wield over your own life and your confidence. All right. So I feel like that's a good thing. All right, Capricorn. So thanks so much for joining me here. If you liked my video, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the little bell and be notified of my next upload. Make a comment. I love comments. All right. And that's right. So make a comment, please. If you want a reading with me, check out the description box. My readings are very, very helpful. And what does that mean? They're empowering. Yeah. And not only empowering, but they're super helpful. So if you want to get reading with me, I am going to be posting a reading. I have not posted that yet, no, but I am going to be posting a sample reading for somebody online. So you'll be able to see how useful the chart is. All right. So thanks so much, Capricorn. See you in the next video, and let's move to Aquarius now. Harmony and understanding, right? Yeah. Um, yeah, so Aquarius, we have you on the ascendant. We sure do. And let's see where I have you here. All right, so the sun and moon, the sun is in discerning Virgo, and that is in your eighth house of regeneration and transformation. We'll move the wheel back just a little bit toward the end, the beginning of the month. And it is in a loose conjunction with Mercury on the first day. It is the 5-degree orb, yeah, but still, it's still conjunct here, I believe, especially as Mercury is the ruler of Virgo, right? So yeah, we're going to say this is conjoined. So it's very important. The month of September for you will be about change and transformation. It can also be about you understanding deep psychological things in your life, Aquarius, right? Matters. Yes, it's in discerning Virgo, and Mercury also rules your fifth house of romance, your fifth house of confidence, self-authenticity, self-expression, creative pursuits, your talents, and children, matters of children, and fun and entertainment. So that could be on your mind here as well. Especially the eighth house does also talk about where, where the sun is and Mercury at the beginning, near the beginning of the month, but the sun stays in Virgo until the 23rd, until it enters Libra. But here, this is also your house of emotional intimacy and emotional bonds. The money you share with other people, right? It could be a partner, it could be a business, it could be a 401k, inheritance. There's many examples of other people's money, shared money, even real estate, right? When you sell a house and, or even buy a house, it's shared wealth, right? So we have that here, the eighth house. And so these are both about romance. So there could be, something emotional or romantic that you're really on your mind this month, right? Could be. Mercury makes a sextile to Oh, and before we, go on this house here, when I said that you could be understanding deep psychological matters, this can be, you can also uncover lies. Yeah, you might. You might uncover that, you might realize that somebody's been lying to you. That can happen. This is the house of lies, secrets, and manipulation. It's also the house of astrology, right? This one house of astrology and the occult. Maybe you want to learn something, Mercury is learning. It does rule the mind, basically intelligence. So you might want to learn something about that. You could maybe for your work. Virgo represents work. So, there's a lot here, right? There is. Um, yeah, there is. And so Mercury makes a sextile to Mars on the first day here. I was in sextile at the end of August as well. So, but that, Mars is ruling your sixth house of work in nurturing and protective Cancer. It's interesting here. It's not ruling, but it's in this house, right? So you could have a family business that you want. This is an opportunity, usually a chance. It can be a chance for you to see something, to see some ideas that maybe have been hidden from you or unavailable. I don't mean somebody hid them. They can be, but I don't necessarily mean that somebody hid them from you. But this is very deep. Mercury in the eighth house. Yeah, you could have insights about people, definitely, intuitive insights you may. And this opportunity here it can be about, where you can work with the occult. It can. This can also be about like your daily life. You might have an idea or an insight how to improve your daily life, just your lifestyle in general, that or your health could be too. And so here we have Mars. Mars rules your third house of thinking. Big ideas here, most likely for your work, or what I was saying, these sixth house themes, your health, your wellness, the health of anything, Aquarius. It definitely can have to do with your career. Mars is ruling your 10th house of career, the authority you wield over your own life as well. That's right. And Saturn, your ruler, is in your third house of thinking. Saturn can be your career. It is the achievement. It's us getting serious and, committed to things. That is Saturn. Can bring us stern lessons sometimes. If we are not committing to something or being serious or really committing to your own authority over your own life, that's the best way to say that. And Saturn sits in this third house of thinking. It's retrograde until December. So, with this Mercury here, which is in discerning Virgo this month, and is making a quincunx to Saturn as well, this can be asking you to do something here, asking you to possibly reflect, possibly reflect here and try to understand something at a deep level as to your house of thinking, either about your career or your own authority over your own life, right? Maybe you start to think about that now and kind of figure it out as um, the retrograde kind of deepens, or not deepens, but it will be over December the 10th, I believe, the Saturn retrograde. I have a whole video on that if you want to see that. I sure do, for all the signs, right? And so Saturn is retrograde there. And so we have Mercury, and what is Mercury doing with Saturn as well? Yeah, Mercury is interacting with Saturn. Um, we talked about the sextile there, and Mercury is squaring your modern ruler. Yeah, so let's have a look at that, right? And excuse me, and that will be, what is that here? hmm That's going to be on the 13th. I beg your pardon, not knowing all these dates just so quicko, right? Let's see here. And here we have Mercury. Here it is. And it is actually making that trine to Uranus. This is your modern day ruler in your fifth house of creative pursuits, your fifth house of talents, your fifth house, Aquarius, of your self authenticity and your self expression. All right. This is also romance, and Mercury's ruling that house. So, I think I mentioned this earlier, how Virgo, Mercury rules this eighth house and your fifth house. I did. So, but this trine is allowing you to like receive some major brainstorming, right? Or insights, maybe intuitive insights as well. It rules that eighth house of, this is psychic ability and intuition and understanding these deep themes, very psychological house. And here it is down to thinking Gemini. And Uranus has a spiritual dimension. It sure does. Here's a little antenna so we can use our intuition, right? But it can be innovative. It can help you. This could be related to technology if you work in technology, but it is definitely about brainstorming and receiving insights, also allowing you to embrace change about possibly about your creative endeavors, your plans and goals. It's a possibility. Gemini does rule like plans and goals, whatever we're thinking about, right? Yeah, very interesting there. It rules our thinking, our communication, the way we think, what we want to learn about, and things like that, what we talk about, and all that type of stuff. Yeah, this can be that maybe you want to be a podcaster right here. That's a possibility. It's in the ninth house. The ninth house is it's a house of growth and expansion. Not so much communication, but it does rule spirituality, and maybe you want to do something with that as well. Oh, that's interesting, right? Yeah, and so Venus, let's talk about um, yeah, and this change that we see here that you're able to kind of embrace here, or that the trine is supporting you embracing some type of change, this is really to help you innovate something and help you do something better. All right. And interesting how Virgo, the sun in Virgo is definitely, let me do something better. Yeah, or let me refine this, let me improve this. That's what this month is about. Probably for, yeah, for, everybody really. That's how I see it, right? hmm Let's move back a little bit. Yeah, and we also see the trine earlier coming from that eighth house of transformation, psychic ability, understanding these deep themes at a very deep level. So there we go. So because Mercury um, enters Libra on the 10th. So we have the trine in both signs, is what I'm saying, from Virgo and from Mercury trining Uranus from Virgo and Libra, right? Depending on the date. All right. So, and let's see what else I have for you here. It's allowing major transformation. This month can encourage this change on a very personal level, Aquarius. You might feel that something has to change regarding your work. That could be the case. Um, it might have to do with excesses, because Mercury does move into this ninth house. This is excess. It can be excesses. The eighth house can be intensity. And so you might want to, and as Mercury is sextiling, squaring rather, Black Moon Lilith in your 11th house of the future, and this is in philosophical Sagittarius, growth oriented Sagittarius. So we have here, this is spiritual as well. Sagittarius can be seen as spiritual, rules the ninth house of God and religion. also astrology and things like that, spirituality. But we have Mercury making this square to Black Moon Lilith at 29 degrees. It's asking you to just go and do it. And the square is pushing you for some type of change here from the ninth house. It's asking you to see where you can grow and where you can expand. It's asking you to kind of think wisely here, either about your relationships or about harmony and balance in your life, for sure, and how that harmony and balance relates to your future aspirations, really. It can be about your friends. It can be asking you to, this is the house of friends as well. This square can be kind of asking you to, look at your friends and maybe move away from friends who don't have a lot of integrity. That could be the case. Aquarius is the house of friends, rules the house, the 11th house of friends. So Aquarians sometimes can, since it rules friends, sometimes they have friends that are not good for them. I know an Aquarian who did the same thing, who I've seen do that in the past, because they are connected to friendships. It's important to them to have friendships, all right? And Venus is ruling your ninth house here of growth and expansion, which is, partner, which Venus rules, Libra rather, rules partnerships. It's also ruling your fourth house of emotional needs. This can be saying move away from people who don't support your emotional needs. Very interesting there. Yeah, as Venus is ruling this ninth house for you, and this fourth house, right? And there's a shadow side here. You might, I don't know, you may feel that that's what Lilith is. It is the shadow side. It can be something where we don't feel like we have any freedom. Maybe you need to move away from people, especially in the sign of Sagittarius, people who don't allow you enough freedom or space or something like that, all right? Because that's important, especially if the 11th house is ruling your future and it is in freedom-loving Sagittarius, all right? So yeah, hmm we also have we have your natal ruler Saturn is which rules your 12th house and your first house, your 12th house of endings and release. That's fascinating to me because this first house is your house of self, Aquarius, because it rules both you and Capricorn. So Saturn is the ruler of both of these and is ruling your 12th house of endings. Wow, that's like your 12th house of surrender. Can be saying that there's times in your life where you really have to surrender to evolve, right? To really move forward, to surrender to whatever. And this 12th house is the house of addiction. So I'm not saying you're addicted to anything here, Aquarius, all right? Don't worry about it. Definitely not saying that, but it's also the house of spiritual growth and transcendence. And that is the key, right? Yeah, that's the key to your chart is spiritual growth, and transcendence will always help you reach your higher purpose, which is your north node, right? Yeah, right here. And it's in your sign right now as well. All right. So where do we have that? We have the opposition with Mercury and your 12th. Uh, yeah, so that is later in the, definitely is opposing your 12th house in Capricorn. All right, so that's definitely later. Let me look at that and see what Mercury is opposing. Saturn, it's opposing Saturn in Aries. I don't know why I said that here because Saturn, your ruler, is in Aries, not really your 12th house. All right, so I hope you're understanding what I'm saying here. Here's Mercury, and it's making that opposition. So it makes the opposition to Saturn a little bit later on the 18th. Let's move the, here it is already. It's showing up right now. And this is the 15th. So this is to your natal Saturn in your house of thinking, ruled by Mars. So here we have Saturn, which rules your career, right? The authority you wield over your own life, long-term goals and maturity, also lessons, right? Of course. It rules ambition. So here it is in your third house of thinking, that opposition right there. Um, mhm is asking you to, it's asking you to, get kind of motivated here, Aquarius, about something. That's what it's asking you to do. This Saturn, it's not return, but the Saturn retrograde that happens until the December the 12th, it's retrograde now, right? Can be asking you to reflect on your thoughts, possibly your plans and goals, how they can help you grow, or vice versa, really, how, your expansion and your growth can maybe help you fuel your goals for the future because Saturn rules long-term goals. It's in this house of plans and goals and willpower. This can be asking you to have some willpower here, and that will really help you grow and expand. Interesting, because if we sometimes we have willpower and we take a step and we feel like, wow, now I can take the next step. I can grow into this. I can, or I can do this. I can expand, right? I can move toward my higher purpose because that's where Mercury is in after the 10th. It's in your house of higher purpose and growth and expansion. So that opposition will be showing you something likely about something that needs to end because Saturn rules your 12th house of endings and release. Okay. So yeah, and this is the house of addictions, as I was saying. It's a house of self-undoing. So if you have habits that aren't, serving you, that can you release those, right? And that can help you expand big time, right? That's what this is really saying, all right? And Mars is ruling, where is Mars? It's actually in Cancer in your sixth house of work. So, this you could be really kind of motivated about your work, but it's also making a square. It makes a square actually to Pallas Athena, and that's in your third house of thinking. It's asking you to really, be able to see your emotional patterns and kind of how you operate at a very deep level, and that will help you with your strategy, with your thinking, the health of your daily life or your own health. Um, it can be your physical health, but because Mars is physical here, but this house is the house of health and wellness, but we talk about the health of anything, right? It's in a very emotional sign, Cancer. So, this here is asking you to look deep within yourself. Yes, it is. Mars is ruling that third house, as it rules your 10th house of career and personal authority over your own life. And here's the trine to the moon on the 15th. We're just happening to see this after the new moon in Virgo. The trine is to Scorpio. This is from your house of work, your house of wellness, and how your daily life is functioning every day, Aquarius. To this, you want something new here. The trine is allowing something new there, or allowing you to have courage, to the moon, to the emotional moon in this kind of emotional and intense Scorpio. But this is your house of career, so this could be saying as well, you may have a, you may see something, or there's something emotional that has to do with the way you go about your work and your career here, this is going to allow you though to kind of step into your power emotionally. Yeah, that's a very good thing to kind of raise the bar a little bit, but about your emotional courage definitely could be. We all need emotional courage. Without it, we're toast, right? And so this here, this is in Scorpio. It's allowing you to see something very deep. This can be about your wealth as well, because Scorpio does rule wealth. All right, yeah, and it definitely does. Can be about romance as well, the money you make with other people. That is not that house, but Scorpio is associated with that. All right. So, yeah, very interesting there. And that, can allow you to set goals, long-term goals as well. Yeah, there can be, and to release. Also, this can also help you to release habits. This Mars is in this house of habits. It is. And the trine can help you release those habits that are in your sixth house because it's opposing your other house of habits. This is the house of addictions, and that's a habit, right? Vices. So I'm not saying that you have one. That's not really what I'm saying, but this is the house of self-undoing, which is a habit. All right. So I mentioned that there's something that needs to be released here, likely in the month of September. All right. Or for you to surrender to something. And this trine is helping you to do that. Mars is giving you the courage and the drive to do it, for sure. and it is to your house of personal authority and agency, the authority and ambition you wield over your own life. It's going to encourage you to set goals for the long time, also create boundaries for yourself. That's right. Yeah, to create boundaries for yourself. Yeah, it definitely is. So let's see what I may also have for you. Venus is making a supportive Venus. I feel like we talked about Venus moving into this Scorpio, right? Into, where it's allowing you to, I'm not sure if I mentioned Venus here because I start to, just speak from the heart here, basically, or kind of from a little bit from memory instead of my notes, right, that I've written down here. But yeah, Venus moves into your 10th house of career. Venus is money. It's also self-worth and well-being. It's love. So, it's ruling it is definitely ruling your ninth house of growth and expansion. So as it moves into your house of career, it's important for you to, as it leaves Libra, wow, and it was in its own sign, right? Before the 10th, it changes, enters Scorpio on the 10th, same day as the new moon, and when Mercury actually enters Libra here. But this here in your 10th, this can help you like earn more money. It definitely can because it was here in your house of growth and expansion. Venus is also ruling your fourth house of emotional needs. It's asking you, though, if you want to earn more money here, or even if you want an emotional, not an emotional, but a long-lasting relationship. This is your house of time and long-term goals, and it is in emotionally bonding Scorpio, right? Intense Scorpio. If you want that, you have to let go of some type of a wound that you have here that has to do with your family or your past, your childhood. It's in this house of the fourth house of family or the past. All right, you've got to let something go here. It's opposing. It's asking you to do that, Aquarius. That's what the oppositions do. They kind of put us up against something and say, "Hey, come on, do something here. We need more balance. We need to create something balanced and a little bit more harmonious, especially for our emotions, emotional well-being, as this is the fourth house, and Venus rules emotional, not so much emotional, but it rules well-being, which is associated somewhat to your emotions. I mean, it can be. We could have a long conversation on it deeply, but the fourth house is more for your deep emotional foundation, and Venus rules the second house of well-being. And so here's the opposition. It's asking you to do that. It definitely is, all right, for more money, and also to not just more money, but to move into possibly, your authority in your over your career. That's right. And growth and expansion over here. Now, also, excuse me. What else was I going to say here? Venus is making a supportive trine to the north node of higher potential, free will, and destiny. And here it is. We can see it right here, right? And it is making that trine. Now, the trine is in your first house, right? Which is great. While the north node is in your sign, I believe it's until January of 28, somewhere around there. You are already on this kind of, you can be on this journey sort of where you want to reach your true potential, or right. And so the north node is there. Now also, the south node is in, I think I did a whole video on the nodes, right? If you want to go see the nodes moving into your sign, I believe. I'm pretty sure here. So we have Venus making a sextile to the south node in your seventh house of relationships. Now, this here, we're showing that here. And so this is about, there's an opportunity for you maybe to get into a relationship here. There could be, but there's an opportunity for you to leave behind whatever is limiting you with regard to romance or relationships, or it can be habits. Even that south node can be about habits. It can be, excuse me, about what limits you, even your belief in yourself. It is in self-expressive Leo, all right? So you have an opportunity to move beyond whatever is limiting you, either with your talents, right? What you're really good at here, what you want to create for yourself, romance, or even matters of children. That could be the case here. Yes, exactly. This can help you to earn more money and just to have more confidence in yourself. It definitely can. It's in confident Leo, and Venus has to do with your well-being. It does, and your self-worth. So also the trine to the North Node Aquarius on, on or around the 15th. It's Venus is going to move. It moves fairly quickly, but the trine there is definitely making it easy for you to boost your self-esteem. Wow, because you're able to see something here in Scorpio. Boost your self-esteem as it relates to everything, really, as it relates to the long term for you, your career, how you wield authority in your own life. Kind of, it can be kind of how you stand up for yourself, because, Leo, it has to do with confidence down here. Just this is great. And also in your relationships, and you are moving away from whatever is hindering that right here. So Venus is going to help you do that in the month of September, all right? It's helping you move towards towards your higher self, right? It can be helping you to choose a career as well. That's a possibility as you maybe feel better about yourself with this beautiful trine and this sextile, right? To the nodes, because it's in your sign and the nodes are super important, right? This is the higher potential and where we're all going, right? It has to do with free will and destiny. And here is the uh, kind of the lower potential, if you will. But this has to do with the past. It can be about conditioning, right? What we've kind of experienced. So it can be even about a past life. It can be about whatever limits us or the familiar where we're not growing. We're just stagnant. We're just sitting there doing the same old thing. And life is about change and growth. It sure is. Every time, every day, everything's changing every day, right? The little robin I saw yesterday in the yard, and today I don't know, maybe she's giving birth. I don't know. I'm just saying life is about change. It sure is. All right. So Black Moon Lilith is being sextiled by Venus, right? And Venus is right here. We can see it, the sextile here. It's also trining, squaring Pluto in your first house. This is asking you to open up to change, Aquarius. It sure is. It's also asking you to see things. This has to do with your power, especially in your first house, Pluto. Very interesting. Yes, it is for the collective, but it's still, if it's in your first house, there's some change that you're going through. It's going to be there for a long time. I mean, that's interesting, right? This is going to be there for years because Pluto is the slowest moving, I believe it's the slowest moving planet in the solar system. And but it's helping you change. It definitely is. It's in this future, in your future oriented sign. Highly fascinating there. But Venus makes a square to Pluto, and this is, asking you to be open to change, asking you to see very deeply because about yourself, because it's coming from, very intuitive, passionate, and intense Scorpio. Scorpio does rule psychics and intuitives. It sure does, right? So, so we have that there. And that will help you. It's going to help you with your career. You have to be able to see something here, embrace change. And we have the sextile to Black Moon Lilith in your 12th house of bad habits. All right. I can say bad habits, but it is. It's the habit. It's the house of self-undoing. It wants you to release something, Aquarius. Yeah, that is, it's being ruled by Saturn, your Saturn as well. And this is in the sign of career and authority over your own life. So this sextile is giving you an opportunity to let go of something that is kind of hindering you. It definitely could be habits or some type of self-undoing there. Definitely. And just release it. See it. It's also in that very intuitive house, the 12th house that is hidden. And Virgo over here, the sun is in your 12th house of until not 12th, the 8th house. It's another hidden house. A lot of things that are showing that are hidden will become available to you. Venus is ruling your 4th house. It's another hidden house. So a lot of things here and moving into this hidden sign. Yeah, very interesting for you, right? And so there's going to be a lot that you're going to be able to see this month. Um, that you were not likely to see in the past. All right, Aquarius, thank you so much for joining me here. If you've enjoyed my video, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the little bell. You'll be notified of my next upload. If you want a reading with me, highly helpful. When you see all that's there, you're gonna go, wow, yeah, very, and that is empowering. It sure is. And so thanks so much for joining me here. I am going to be uploading a chart. I haven't gotten around to it yet because I've been very busy, so I'm a little, behind with that. But I'm going to be posting that. It will be in the next, um, it'll be very soon, right? I did post, I was going to have it up yesterday, but the person not feeling really well. And so, yeah, so here we go. And make a comment, Aquarius. It's very helpful for me if you appreciate my channel. All right. So let's move now to Pisces. And Pisces, not last, but definitely not least. No, because Pisces rules transcendence, which is what everybody needs, right? Definitely. All right. Yeah, transcendence is the answer to everything because it's the highest form of spiritual growth, right? So here we have you on the ascendant Pisces. And let's see what I have for you in my notes since I'm constantly moving away from my notes. And the sun is in your seventh house of partnerships, marriage, business and clients, one-on-ones, opponents. And what are opponents? Anybody or any situation that just doesn't sit well with us or doesn't agree, right, with us. It can be about judicial and court matters, for sure. And this is also the house of where you create balance in your life, where you create harmony and balance, which is highly important. Yeah, that house, it sure is. And so, that is also the house of justice. It can be the house of forgiveness. We can say that as well. There can be a lot on your mind with the sun in, for sure, in discerning Virgo, because Virgo is your opposite sign. So there could definitely be a lot there. Your opposite sign is always important because that's where the oppositions happen. When we have something in your sign in your sign or your first house, it's where the nodes are always, I'm not saying you have a node in Virgo, but I'm just saying that here that the opposition is very important. That's why we have oppositions in astrology, right? Because it wants to show us something. So Virgo is automatically showing you something about yourself in your seventh house. For sure it is. All right. So, but you might be really have a lot on your mind here about relationships in the month of September. It can be about work. Virgo is work. It's also, represents your health and your wellness and, the habits of your daily life that really support. That is for the sixth house, but Virgo rules that in the zodiac. So there is definitely that in there. Now, that house, maybe you have some type of legal matter going on in the month of September. You may. All right, and we start with Mercury, the ruler of the sun. Let's move back though a little bit here. And we have Mercury making a sextile to Mars, the planet of action. And here it is, and I have been talking about that with most every sign because it's very important because Mercury is the ruler of the sun this month. It's also the ruler of the new moon, right, on the 10th. And so we have this sextile. It is to your fifth house, Pisces, and that's an opportunity for you to either have ideas or to understand as well, because Mercury is, our brains, maybe to understand relationships better. You might get into a new relationship. This is your house of relationships where Mars is. You might feel encouraged. I want a new relationship. Mars is in your fifth house of self-expression. It's also, excuse me, your fifth house of romantic love and creative talents. You might be creating something, or you might feel encouraged with a creative idea, right? Mercury's ruling your thinking, a creative idea to help you with your work, possibly this month, because Virgo is ruling work. This is your fifth house. It's in nurturing Cancer, so you could be nurturing your thoughts and your nurturing yourself. And it can be maybe about family. It's a possibility, but it's definitely something good that is for your emotional well-being, that sextile, as it relates to either your relationships or something you want to create, your creative pursuits. Definitely. And for some of you, you could even see an opportunity to be like a family therapist here, maybe because Mercury can also, represent learning, what we want to learn about, right? It's the third house of plans and goals, as well as Mercury in the zodiac and the natural zodiac. And Venus is ruling your third house. Very interesting. So, um, yeah, it's interesting here. And on the third, on the first, we have Mercury making a trine to the moon in Taurus in your third house of thinking. You might have some type of a dream here that can bring you some type of an idea here to your third house of thinking and plans and goals coming from intelligent Mercury. You may have a dream here, you could, that can help you either, help you with maybe your work or something, it can be something romantic, the seventh house here. And yeah, that's interesting. Venus is also ruling your eighth house of transformation, but this is your eighth house of emotional intimacy. Yes, emotional bonds, the money you share with other people as well. This can be also, since this rules your eighth house of this rules your house of justice or, legal affairs. Venus showing up in the eighth house of other people's money, right? It's ruling that eighth house too. You could win some type of a lawsuit this month. You might. That's interesting. You definitely could. All right. So let's keep moving here. But you will be definitely compelled, like called to action with that sextile, um, you know, with Mercury and Mars. You're going to be called to some type of action here. There's an opportunity if you want to take it, Pisces, right? Sometimes we let opportunities just kind of float by. We're like, oh, I could have done that. Okay, well, oh, gee, right? Okay. So, yeah, let's see what else. And that sextile, that opportunity where you're able to, where you have some type of an idea, this can bring you a lot of happiness. Mars is sitting in your house of happiness. It is. And so you could be like learning something new that will support your well-being. I talked about that. And Mercury is ruling your house of emotional needs. I don't think I mentioned that. No, it rules Gemini as well. So, just a second, you guys. Sorry, I have to get water. I don't have enough water to get me through these signs. Uh, Not here, unless I have a gallon maybe right on my table here. All right, so let's see what else we have here for you. Um, yeah, and Mars, let's see where Mars is, because Mars is in this fifth house. We were talking about Mars. It rules your second house of well-being, your second house of self-worth and money. So whatever you're doing, whatever this opportunity is here, around the first, the end of August, around the first, it lasts for a little bit here. I think it lasts for about 13, 15, about 2 weeks maybe. But this, this sextile that is there, take this opportunity, Pisces, because Mars is ruling your second house of money as well. It also rules your ninth house of growth and expansion. Yeah, try to pay attention to whatever that opportunity is. At the end of August, going into around the second week of excuse me, September. All right. Mercury also makes a quincunx to Saturn. So let's look at that. And I'm not sure if I can pull it. Yeah, here it is. It's showing up right here. Okay, here it is, making the quincunx. So Saturn is ruling your 11th house of the future and your 12th house of endings and release. So Mercury making this quincunx, the quincunx is kind of like a quincunx is a little bit like an opposition where it asks us to make it asks us to make an adjustment, a little bit of a change. It can be a misunderstanding sometimes where you're not understanding something clearly. Yeah, it can be. But this quincunx here, not if you're watching though, right? You might get a handle on that ahead, right? We have Mercury making that quincunx to Mars ruled Saturn. Saturn is, as I said, ruling your 11th and your 12th. So Saturn has a lot to do with, your future and what needs to be released. It does because it rules your 11th and your 12th. Saturn is in your second house of self-worth, well-being, and money. These are your values, your stability. It's retrograde until December. So maybe you are, this quincunx or this possible misunderstanding or something that you need to do here. It might have to do with your career, right? Saturn rules career. It also rules the authority that we have over our own life. Are we really using it, right? Or are we just kind of slacking and we're not mature, we're not being serious or mature about something, because it rules the stern teacher and discipline, long distance goals, right? And a career, I think I mentioned that, but Saturn here is getting that quincunx to your second house. You might be thinking for the next few months, 4 months now, about what you want to do, possibly for a career. But that really kind of supports your well-being here because Saturn's in that second house of well-being. You might be thinking about what needs to end. Mercury is here in that seventh house of relationships. It can be the house of therapists and clients and things like that. But this is, it's a house of relationship for sure. It can be business. And so we have Mars in your fifth house of creative endeavors. We talked about this sextile here, but the quincunx can be asking you to get serious about something, and that can in turn support your well-being and possibly your money. You may be thinking about a lawsuit right here. That's a possibility here where something might be delayed with that Saturn getting the quincunx from Mercury in your second house of lawsuits or legal affairs, right? That's just one part of that. But here, that quincunx here is asking you to make some type of an adjustment. It can be asking you, maybe it's asking you to do something here that is good for your well-being and possibly for your career as you move forward. Interesting. There's some type of ending here that the sun in Virgo will ask you to possibly make in terms of your future. It's asking you to let go of something. I'm pretty sure here to Saturn, as Saturn is ruling both of those houses. Highly interesting, right? It can be asking you also to expand your education, because Saturn, this Mercury over here, not Mercury, but Mercury making that sextile to Mars. Mars is the ruler of Saturn, where the quincunx sits. Mars is ruling your ninth house of growth and expansion. And you have a sextile. Well, there's no planet here. We can't use this AC because the AC is really the ascendant. It's been moved because I'm moving signs. I'm going to the next sign. So this software just kind of does that. But you have Mars. We saw the sextile where there's some type of opportunity for you, right? And Mars is ruling this ninth house of growth and expansion. Excuse me. And so what's going on here is that Saturn is in your second house ruled by Mars. Mars is ruling this house of education as well. You might be feeling like I need to learn something in order to grow, in order to expand my life. It could be highly interesting there. And Jupiter is your ruler. Jupiter is in your sixth house of work. So you're being blessed there, Pisces. It's in there until I feel like early July of next year. And it's in creative and expressive Leo. Yeah, very interesting. And so that is your natal ruler. It also rules your 10th house of career. So maybe you're thinking of, thinking about that, doing something possibly creative, for your work and your career. You might be, doing that um, over the next, few months with that Saturn retrograde. That's unclear to me, right? But Mercury is definitely with the Sun and Mercury in Virgo, right? Everybody's discerning something. Yours has to do with either relationships or creating harmony and balance in your life. It can be business. That seventh house is also business. It definitely can be. That's highly interesting, right? Yes, it is. And Virgo or Mercury rules this seventh house where the sun is, and the ruler of the sun, it's ruling this fourth house. But this house is also, it's not just about home and family. Well, it is. It's also about your emotional needs. But it's in the house of, in the sign of thinking. Gemini rules our ideas, it rules business as well because it rules goals. So you're definitely thinking here about that as you move forward and as we go into September. You might want to take a specialized training as well. That's what you may want to take. That's right. And let's see what else I might have for you here. All right, so a little bit about Jupiter here. Mercury is making a trine to Jupiter. What day is that? Let's see here. Mercury trining, it's making a sextile to Jupiter on the 21st. And or is that Venus? Let's see. Let's see what we have here in the notes here. Yeah, it makes a trine. It's saying it's making a trine. I don't really see that here, but let's look here. So we have Jupiter right here, um, and Mercury. Okay, so there's no way there can be a trine here. It's making a sextile later in the month, right? Because it's too close to each other for a trine. But that's okay, a little Freudian slip here. And so we have on the 21st, we have Mercury, excuse me, making a sextile to your natal Jupiter. And here it is. Mercury is also opposing Saturn. So this opposition from your eighth house of transformation and understanding things at a very deep level, it's in a harmonious and balanced Libra. This opposition is asking you to think about your career, most likely, and how it relates to your well-being. We've been talking about that, right? Mm-hmm. It's asking you to move away from something. And also, Pisces, you have Black Moon Lilith in Saturn ruled Capricorn in your 11th house. And there are some aspects here with Lilith, there sure are, but this is asking you as well to, right here, it's asking you as well to, let's see, Mercury makes a square on the 10th to Black Moon Lilith while it is in Sagittarius. But this opposition, before we head over there, it's asking you to do something for your own well-being, possibly for your career, um, right? And think very deeply about it. This has to do with your goals, Capricorn. Excuse me, Pisces. It definitely does. So we talked about that. I'm just pointing out the opposition as I am looking at the sextile to Jupiter in Leo, and that happens on the 21st. So the sextile, this is to your house of work. There's an opportunity for you to move into something, to have at least, it's likely a work related, and it can be about love too. It can be, where you're able to grow and expand you're growing here with regard to romance. And also there's an opportunity. You might have an idea here that can help you really change. And also an opportunity in work. It can be creative work as well. This can be a very creative idea. You may be seeing yourself in a different way as well. Mercury is in your eighth house it's a very deep psychological house, where we're able to see very psychological matters, usually about ourselves. It can be about relationships as well. It's here in Libra. This can be about money. It's a possibility, but you have all kind of good things going on for you. Jupiter is your natal ruler, and it is definitely protecting you here in the romantic sign of Leo and the creative sign of Leo. All right. Interesting there as well. All right. So yeah, and we have Mercury also making this here over to Venus, to Black Moon Lilith. That is on the 10th. We'll move this back. I think I wanted to show you that. Yeah, I did. So here, and this is to Lilith in your 10th house of career. This is asking you to let go of some type of shadow aspect you have of yourself. And it's in Sagittarius. It's in the philosophy. Sagittarius is growth oriented and philosophical. This could be asking you to shed an old version of yourself because of the philosophy of and the wisdom that is associated with Sagittarius. It's asking you to move away, to drop some type of shadow aspect of yourself, Pisces. We all have it, all right? I'm definitely not picking on you, all right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting how you have Aquarius too, is very future oriented. That rules your 12th house. This means that in order for you to move forward, you have to be able to release things that are not serving you in order to move forward. That's highly interesting. Yeah, in order to achieve, because Saturn also rules your 11th house of gains and future aspirations. All right. But that sextile, or the square rather, is kind of pressuring you to do that around the time, on the time of the new moon. A lot of things happening on the new moon as Venus enters Scorpio that same day. All right. So Venus, let's talk a little bit about Venus here. Venus enters your ninth house of growth and expansion in all-knowing and intuitive Scorpio. So this is like super high priestess stuff, right? When Venus enters the ninth house of spirituality into Scorpio, that could be why you guys are so intuitive as well, right? And so Venus is entering there, and you could be growing, especially as it enters there, especially with the trine to the North Node here of higher purpose to your 12th house. You're growing, you're going to be able to grow because you're either surrendering to something, Pisces, or ending something, right? And you do rule that house in the zodiac of endings and release and transcendence. So that's like a recurring theme. It can be a recurring theme or spiritual growth in your life. In order to grow spiritually, something has to be ended, right? Spiritual growth can help us, conversely end things or release them as well. I mean, they work hand in hand. They definitely do. Vice versa, if you will. But Venus is, trining this North Node in your 12th house. This is helping you move towards your higher potential as you surrender or release something ruled by Saturn. Saturn is in your second house of well-being and money, your second house of self-worth. It's retrograde. Remember that, right? So, and we've already seen Venus oppose earlier, I believe. We saw some type of opposition here with Saturn. We sure did. And I pointed that out. That was Mercury opposing Saturn on the 18th. Yeah, I'm kind of flipping back and forth between the dates here, but that's okay. So, yeah, so we've already seen that, and that is ruling those your 11th house of gains and this 12th house of release, right? I've explained that pretty much, what this rules, what Saturn rules. So, but you're going to be able to, really kind of you're growing this when Venus moves into your ninth house. Venus is a protectant. It rules your third house of thinking. You're going to be able to you're moving towards your higher purpose because of your thoughts, because of the way you're thinking, because of possibly plans and goals. That's right, because of ideas that you have that will support your growth, your higher perspective, your higher potential, your highest really, in especially as Venus, the North Node rather, is in this sign of the future oriented Aquarius, all right? But it is also squaring Pluto, which is in the 12th house. And this Pluto is about transformation. It's asking you to look very deeply, coming from the very deep sign, excuse me, of Scorpio, where Venus sits after the 10th. It's asking you to see these psychological patterns of yourself, understand yourself at a deep level, and what you need for your well-being as well, because Venus is ruling that, right? Venus rules well-being. Exactly. And so that square there is asking you once again, drop something, or be open to change and transformation. Therefore, you can regenerate and you can move towards your higher purpose right here. All right. And that can have to do with, Venus there in Scorpio can definitely have to do with the love, right? Love in your life, your relationships as well. And as I said, as we started here, the moon and the sun and the moon are both, we have the new moon on the 10th, but the sun is in Virgo until the 23rd in your seventh house of relationships. So there's definitely here you're growing. There's like opportunities for you. You're expanding. You have to be able to see though. You have to be able to understand yourself at a deep level because that's what Scorpio represents. And your 12th house, these are both Scorpio is a hidden sign. It moves away from a hidden house after the 10th in Libra. And this 12th house is a hidden house. Pluto talks about what can be hidden as well, but it also talks about our power, our transformation. All right. So you're going to have to be able to see Pisces, right? And you rule the 12th house of intuition. So you can if you want, definitely. All right. If you want, everything in this world is really based on that. You can if you want. If you feel like you can't do something, you won't be able to. It's all about perspective, right? It sure is. And Uranus, let's look at Uranus here because I have not talked about Uranus and it rules Aquarius. It actually rules your 12th house here, which is very important for you because we just talked about all these kind of we talked about all these aspects to the 12th. Now, Uranus is actually in Gemini in your fourth house of home and family. This is your fourth house of where you live, your physical home. It's also your emotional needs, which is very important for you, Pisces. It's important for everybody, but Pisces it's a water sign. It's an emotional sign, of course. They're empaths, they're healers, right? They can be doctors, nurses, but mystics especially. And so, here with scientists, I mean, it's Pisces, rules a lot of beautiful things. But this fourth house here is your emotional house, and Uranus is there. So, it can be making you feel a little bit unstable since Uranus has been there. It's going to be there for a while now. But here, it's also retrograde. So, but Uranus can talk about the change in our life and how we want to innovate, what we want to make better. It's in thinking Gemini, right? And so we have the trine for Mercury to Uranus on the 13th. And why am I bringing up Mercury again? Mercury is really important because it's ruling the sun. It rules Virgo for 3 months of September. Excuse me, you guys. So we have Mercury. Let's go to the 13th where we can see that on the chart. And here is Mercury making that trine to Uranus. All right, Mercury's in your eighth house then, and it moves into that eighth house of seeing things, understanding things at a very deep psychological level, your intuition, and also seeing things that have been hidden as well, right? That you weren't able to see before. And remember, Mercury rules your intelligence. So you're going to have it's going to be very easy for you to see like kind of what really the change that can happen for you that will be very supportive for your own emotional foundation. And that's important, isn't it? It sure is. You might have ideas here, ideas how to build wealth. That's a possibility as well. Ideas where you can, help you to embrace change and make your life better and also boost, as I was saying, boost your own emotional foundation. It's very interesting there. And Aquarius rules, or Uranus is the ruler, the modern ruler of Aquarius, ruling your 12th house of self-undoing, your 12th house of vices and addictions. I'm not saying you have them necessarily. I'm saying describing what that house is. It's a house of fears, and it is. And here we have fears and illusions, but it's the house of the highest form of spiritual growth, which is transcendence. In other words, we can go from the worst part of our life to the highest part of, right, to the best part, to our highest self, and that's where the North Node sits for you, in that house. So there's so much opportunity here for you to grow in the month of September, for sure it is. And in your opposite sign, where the sun sits in your opposite sign, we have the trine to Pluto right here, which is transformation, growth, and not so much growth, but transformation, seeing things at a very deep level, right? And I think we talked about the trine from, we might have, not the trine, but we have that square to Pluto asking you to be open to change for sure. And but that trine here, and also, to, yeah, be open to change, but transformation, to grow and expand. That's where Venus was. But Mercury from that eighth house, this is asking you to be really get deep about your emotional foundation, really get deep about what needs to change in your life. And it is showing you how far you can go here because of this North Node here, which is highly beautiful and which is being trined by Venus, which is a benefic. Venus wants to protect you. And that's right. So, very good, Pisces. So I'm going to end this reading right now. If you've enjoyed my content, please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the little bell. I'll be back with another video. I really appreciate you guys. Make a comment. It's very helpful for my channel. If you want to, if you like a reading, you may learn so much about yourself that can be so very helpful. All right. Check out the description box for that. Thanks so much, Pisces. I'll see you in the next one.